I'm
How
doing
are
well,
you?
thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, so nice to see you.
Absolutely, same here. Likewise.
Yeah, it's great. And I consider this as an in-person meeting.
Right.
Yeah, where are you based?
In Bentonville,
Oh, in
Arkansas, in
Bentonville.
the U.S. Yeah.
Ah, okay. That's good. It's Central Time, I know.
Yes. Yeah. So I apologize for the lighting. It is a little dim here. So I would rather be at the office, but I don't think they'd let me. They have to lock it up.
Yeah, well, you're looking good, and yeah,
Thank you.
so it's good. Yeah, look forward to your presentation.
Great. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, Peter. How are you? What? 汪博士 Okay. Yeah, we will start about 4 minutes, well, until 8:30 China time. Good morning, 李博士。
哎，早上好，早上好，哎，杨博士，好久不见啊！
好久不见，好久不见。啊，你看起来很精神了。
向你学习。哎，本来想去上海的，结果因为这个现在这个旅行还是有点担心啊，所以没敢去。
对，这个好在我们这个线上也还是可以，做了很好的交流，虽然是不能在线下见面。OK， 我们还有 Peter 也在线了。
啊，对。
还有一会儿没事，还有那个王老师，王老师，检科院的王老师。OK。
不知道现场会有多少人啊？
现在看不出来。得问问我们。嗨 ，Peter， 你好。
严博，李博士，严博士。
Peter 好。
早上好，早上好。
看着你就
严博，你这么精神
啊，青春焕发，你这。
啊，我一看到你，我就特别开心。
哎呀，大家都好，对，看着都特别好，特别高兴。
你在美国那边还好吧？
还好，对，这边都正常的。
我们这儿还很严，还是疫情闹得大家都没地方去哈。现在，
对，我们期待这个春暖花开吧。
看看春天会好一点。你不是你在北京这个保护的比较好啊？这个维尔
北京还可以吧？
你这是你的办公室吗？
啊，是家里的办公室。
OK。
我得找一个新换了一个这个程序。Windows 11有点东西设置不太一样。
Peter， 你的这个青春靓丽的形象，很清楚。
我早上梳理了一下。
总得洗把脸。
很好。李博士也很精神。对。我这边的色彩
冷落了咱们说英文的朋友了。
我这边色彩你能看到吗？可以吗？
可以，挺好。
对。
你们都是虚拟背景，那个模糊的，我现在找不着我这个背景怎么模糊它了。
哎，你可以到这个
左下角，
右上角那个点一下。
对。
看到了吗？OK， 试虚拟。不过你那个背景已经是很 叫什么了，非常非常给力的。
是啊，没有，现在他新换了
有点
Windows
像，有点像这个政府的这个高管的这个负面那个大受贿哈。
OK，
谢谢。
好，我们开始了。
好嘞。
好。
OK， 各位朋友，Morning, good morning, good afternoon 不管是白天还是晚上，不管是在线上还是在线下，那么我们一起相聚在这一个时段，我们一起来交流分享。首先呢，我代表 CIFSQ 衷心的感谢我们今天的 speaker， 还有我们线下的参会的朋友们。好，那我们今天呢，上午呢一共有2个环节。第一个话题呢，我们一起来讨论关于HACCP， 就是 HACCP 这个进展和我们现在所面临的挑战。好，那 HACCP 呢，我们都知道，那1970年代开始在食品行业应用，到现在也已经50年了。那么也是时间也是一个时候，让我们来一起回顾那 HACCP 对我们食品行业所取得的这样一些很大的促进。那同时呢，我们再进一步来去探讨 HACCP 应用过程当中我们所面临的一些挑战。好，那么今天的第一个 speaker 呢是 Anthony Seta。Anthony 呢是沃尔玛公司的食品安全的高级经理。那他主要是负责供应商的一些管理。Anthony 今天呢要给我们来介绍基于 HACCP 这个之上的产品设计的风险分析的一个过程。那么这是沃尔玛呢最近几年时间呢在 HACCP 基础上呢所这个开始的一个新的项目。好，那我们下面就把时间交给 Anthony。Anthony, take the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Yan. I'm very grateful to be here, and I want to thank you as well as the CIFSQ organization for providing me this opportunity to present on the topic of Walmart's product design hazard analysis, or as we like to initialize it, the PDHA. So first, I'd like to give a brief idea of the food safety mission for the company that I work for. And then I'll introduce the concept of the PDHA, and we'll talk about the role of the PDHA in Walmart's supplier management strategy. As a leader in the retail industry, the Walmart customer is always number one. We make it a point to assure that no matter where we're sourcing from, our customers and consumers can expect and trust that we're taking care of them, that we're always going to keep the shelves full of safe product. This is the primary focus from our food safety supplier leadership that help maintain Walmart's commitment to the customer. The last few years were difficult and reactive time for the industry due to the pandemic. However, if we put that aside, even before the pandemic, the external environment had been evolving at an aggressive rate. There were several elements that have been challenging the industry food safety programs, such as customer needs. There were changing socioeconomic factors. There's global pandemic. There's e-commerce, grocery delivery growth, and new ways to market. Impact of influencers and the different social media platforms has played a big role. Increased demand for public health protection and food security concerns. There's been global diversity and complexity that has been a challenge as well. The global supply chain, a product can have multiple processing locations before being ready for sale. Increasing diversity and volume of globally traded foods, and food authenticity, or as we coin food fraud. There's agricultural practices and technologies. So changing agricultural practices under an evolving climate, for instance. And then there's novel foods from novel technologies, for instance, lab-grown meat, And then the regulatory environment, which is always near and dear to all of us in the food industry, of course. The Codex Hygiene and HACCP standard revisions, they drive regulatory changes in food safety culture, allergens as of late, especially here in the US, and enhanced hygiene protocols for facilities. Food safety lapses are increasingly being prosecuted as crimes as well. Matter of fact, just recently we had a co-manufacturer, quality manager for a co-manufacturer was just charged in the US for a salmonella outbreak in cereal. So it's very, very serious under these regulatory environment. And lastly, the hazard detection capability is increasing. It's increasing hazard detection, forensic microbiology, for instance, and management capabilities. And of course, the increased need for transparency and technologies to address hazard detection. As a result of this evolution, we see a significant number of recalls. And the key issues appear usually in cross-contamination in plants. And this is near and dear to me because of poor sanitation practices and execution of sanitation practices and hygienic design. Ingredient failures, there's incorrect labeling, countless recalls for incorrect labeling, failure in label control programs, and of course, foreign material contamination. And the consequences of recalls may have many effects. We can lose reputation, there's fines and penalties, there's several types of industry costs, and there's potential human cost, which is the most important in my opinion. Most importantly, consumer safety is jeopardized, and clearly that is what we want to avoid. The common approach to supplier management. So Walmart benchmarked with other companies. We benchmarked with retailers, suppliers, restaurant chains, and we determined that there are basically two common themes in the industry. There's the GFSI certification that's requested for most suppliers. They do a segmentation of suppliers based on risk. So they may see a categorization based on product risk, 1 being high, all the way down to 5 being low risk. If the supplier is determined to be a high risk, there's usually additional oversight. For instance, there's desk audits where inherent food safety design reviews, validation study reviews, supplier performance, food fraud risk assessments, those types of things. Then there's on-site visits as well, which are verification of application of food safety programs. And then there's targeted audits after events. So audits prompted due to a recall or a significant issue at a plant, or maybe in some instances, a lot of customer complaints, a high volume of customer complaints on a specific item at a manufacturer. So how do these companies go about doing this? Do they themselves do the additional audits? Usually it's been a third-party service that is incorporated into a company's process, so they contract it out. Or they have internal teams, if they're a large enough company, that they can dedicate to food safety, quality, and compliance audits. So what approach does Walmart see as appropriate? Considering that we're also evolving, we are updating our supplier management program as well. So what does this mean for us? Well, what we did was we formulated our approach around GFSI benchmark certification programs. We believe that GFSI is still a very important entity within the industry. So we included an emphasis on hazard analysis evaluation. We look at the design and justification of significance for their identified hazards and controls in not only the raw material hazard analysis, but also in the process hazard analysis. So what is PDHA and why is it important? Well, the PDHA is a form that we submit to our suppliers, which requests that they summarize their production process, their associated risks and controls for our products. And these are Walmart private brand products. It's used to assess their supply chain, raw materials, their process, and finished product to ensure that the identified hazards are either removed, reduced to an acceptable level, or mitigated by design. The PDHA process enables us to better understand how the supplier makes the products. This is because we expect our suppliers to know more about the food safety of our product than we do, to be able to teach us how they're making our products safe. So the PDHA helps us understand the inherent risks of the products and what makes them safe or unsafe. So we need to know at which point in the process does the product transition from raw to ready to consume or become vulnerable, such as post-lethality, or they're doing nothing further to make it safe in the process. So what we seek to understand in the intrinsic factors of the product, pH and acidity, organic acids, water activity, preservatives, ingredients, and other interactions. So we would need to understand the principal process, identify controls, and the technologies, such as, is there a thermal process? Is there a fermentation process? Are they drying it, freezing it? Is there an irradiation process? Packaging technologies and labels, and that comes into play when we're dealing with allergen identification, and continuous or batch processing. So what is it is exactly that makes the product safe? The PDHA gives us a broad understanding of how the product is being made. It concentrates on food safety control mitigations. And we believe that having a greater understanding could prevent failures by ensuring built-in safeguards and controls. And this can enable a more focused assessment of what is important for food safety. So what does the process look like for Walmart private brand supplier? Well, the process starts by asking the suppliers for information. So we'll ask the suppliers to complete the PDHA document and provide necessary specific food safety programs associated with it. Then there's a review of the PDHA, requested programs, and data performed by Walmart food safety team or a third party. In detail, we'll look at their GFSI certification, or an approved audit certificate. We'll review the PDHA and the Walmart Supplier Private Brand Questionnaire, which is a supplementary document for our records internally. We'll review their specifications for our products that they manufacture for us. We'll look and see if they've had any past recalls or withdrawals, product withdrawals. We'll look at regulatory warning letters, and we'll check into their complaint history as well that involves our private brand products. So based on this information, we may do an on-site assessment. So we might actually determine, based off of all of that information we've reviewed, to go to their facility and have a one-day visit to really look at their execution of the process. We're currently using a test and learn approach because this is very new for Walmart, and we're rolling it out as we're developing the program. I do apologize that this photo is not very easy on the eye.
这个照片呢，确实看。
However, this is the PDHA form that we asked to be completed. It's our primary record for each private brand supplier and is considered globally when evaluating private brand product suppliers for Walmart. Once again, it's meant to be a summary of the materials, process, and product, and helps us understand how the supplier makes the product safe. So this is the document that we have them complete for us and is what we will use to review. So once it's completed by the supplier, a Walmart or trained third-party team will conduct a comprehensive review of the information. This process requires baseline knowledge as well as the use of the following resources, but not limited to. So here in the US, we utilize the FDA guidance documents and the FDA regulations, USDA guidance and regulations, relevant regulatory appendices, and other programs such as Horizon Scan. Of course, these tools and resources are dependent on the product type, country of manufacture, and regulatory agency. So other resources can be utilized and most likely will, depending on where this product is being manufactured. So in conclusion, an effective hazard analysis reduces risk and focuses efforts for control. Walmart recognizes this and developed a focused product and process hazard review built around GFSI to understand risk and identify preventive controls. In doing so, it helps us better understand how our suppliers make our products safe. And we believe that within this area of industry food safety programs, we can better educate our workforce in grounded scientific rationale for effective risk mitigation. So I'll close with one of the many phrases from Sam Walton, our creator and leader of the Walmart company, and it's pretty relevant to today. You can't just keep doing what works one time. Everything around you is changing. To succeed, you have to stay out in front of change. I do thank you all very much for allowing me to speak today, Dr. Yan and the organization, and I'd be more than happy to take any questions if there are any.
谢谢 Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. It's really a great comprehensive presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really give us an introduction about the PDHA work Walmart is leading. And so I do have a couple of questions.
Sure, thank you.
So, yeah. So first question is why Walmart is doing PDHA beyond the HACCP program?
Well, initially, what we did was very basic and simple. And we decided as an organization that it was time for us to bring in more expertise and to get more intimate with the private brand products that are being manufactured for us, because it is important from our consumers and the feedback that we've received to assure that we are doing the best that we can, we are making the best products that we can and the safest products that we can. As far as why we decided to go with the PDHA instead of doing more of a focused HACCP hazard analysis is really 2 points. One is we needed to have our own system, our own reference documents, because we have a lot of systems that we need to interconnect. And in order to help the company itself understand food safety and the expectations and not have to dive into learning all about HACCP, because we're dealing with people that are somewhat disconnected from the food safety piece. They know all about food, but the food safety component they leave up to us. So we designed a document that we could actually bridge between the retail side and the industry side. And that's essentially why we developed the PDHA. So it does involve a lot of components of hazard analysis as far as HACCP. However, it's a little bit more simplified, so our retail side of the business can understand it a little bit better. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So another question is, how is the industry receive this PDHA?
So how does
it? Yeah, another question is also when are you going to start this program in China? So like 2 questions I would like to
Sure. Yeah. So I'll answer the first question. How is the industry receiving this? Well, I will say it's very new. We've been doing this. We've been applying it for just about a year now, and we're just starting to receive a lot of feedback. And I'll have to be honest, it's been mixed. The industry is inundated with a lot of documents, a lot of tasks to do in their daily, their daily routine, and to have another document to complete or to fill out is it takes some explaining to do. It takes some coaching. However, once they understand how simple the document is to fill out, it essentially is 1 page. And they understand that we're not diving deep into their programs. We're just wanting to know the very critical components of their programs. They're receiving it a lot better when it comes to that. So they are understanding that it is a necessary thing, of course, to do business with Walmart, but it is being received fairly well. Not going to say everybody's on board yet, but we're working on it. So, and to address your second question, we are currently working as of the last several months with all of our markets. And so that includes the China market as well. And so I wouldn't be surprised if your organization or your group starts to see it matriculate into your environment. what we're doing it is in stages with our markets. We're actually having to, because we have to train our personnel on how to interpret and how to manage the PDHA. And then of course, there's the reviewing piece of it as well. So we have to train that first. And once we train everyone, then we'll be able to really start initializing it or initiating it into the industry.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Anthony, again. Thank you for the great presentation. Yeah.
And I thank you very much, everyone. Very, very kind. And it was a pleasure to speak to you all today and to your organization. And I hope you have a great rest of your conference.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night. So 我们下一个演讲嘉宾是李宇博士。李宇博士呢是中国食品工业协会总工程师，他也是 FSC 中国区的顾问。李宇博士要跟我们的分享，中小企业在应用 HACCP 方面的这样一些实践和这个学到的一些经验。好，李博士，把时间交给你。
好，谢谢严博士的介绍。我来共享一下桌面啊。谢谢大家，特别高兴有这样的一个机会和大家分享一些这个中小企业在应用 HACCP 体系中的一些经验和一些作为 FSC 202呢，它呢在这个促进中小食品企业应用 HACCP 过程中呢，它的一些做法吧。应该说呢，今天讲呢主要是3个方面的内容啊。
Applying HACCP. Second, obstacles or barriers and approach for food SMEs applying HACCP, and our solutions on overcoming these barriers and obstacles. And finally, I'm going to talk about the FSSC development program, a HACCP-based food safety management system for SMEs. And the purpose of this system is to help SMEs to establish this kind of management system based on HACCP. And first of all, I believe that you agree with me. It's kind of, first, PRPs plus HACCP is a recognized tool providing adequate food safety assurance, and PRPs plus HACCP, and with this kind of combination and the first PRP or prerequisite programs, and domestically we call it 14881 and GHPs and GMPs and SSOPs, and these are the practical guidelines, and these are all PRPs. And then the HACCP, and it has 2 descriptions. First is the Codex HACCP. It's a very full-fledged or complete or comprehensive HACCP or HACCP, and then is the HACCP-based system. It conform to the 7 principles of HACCP. But it does not go with the layout or steps of the guidelines and for the application of the Codex HACCP system or HACCP system. There's a difference here. And then is the food safety management system. It's a more comprehensive or more broad one. It includes PRPs and HACCP, and also the traceability and the recall systems, as well as management policies, and with all the elements, and we call it a food safety management system. And then for food SMEs, it has two kind of forms. And the first is the verbally called SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, and this is a most commonly seen in description. And then in codex, and then these SMEs are called SLDBS. That is small and less development business encompass, and the less developed did not means the underdevelopment or etc. and means the small enterprises in terms of scales, and they don't have a full-fledged kind of food safety kind of management system. So we use this kind of terms and SMEs and SLDBs, and I just want to give you some kind of taste about the explanations and the definitions in here, and from different angles, and for example, management and etc. And the PRPs plus HACCP, just as mentioned, is a recognized tool combination providing adequate food safety assurance. It is the kind of the umbrella guideline or general principles. I'm not going to give you more information here. I think you're all very familiar with this one, and you should have very good foundation here. 不好意思，现在这个回声很大。I'm not going to put a lot of effort here. And will you please shut down your and the HACCP highly correlative to GSP and etc. They are interactive to each other. And on this page, and you can see their interdependency between PRPs and HACCP. And as long as you get a full-fledged or better PRPs and covering different kind of things, for example, equipment and your plants and hygiene and the health management, and then during HACCP, we will close a lot of loopholes or to shut down those bugs and faults in the system, and otherwise they're going to have a lot of the risks in the whole management system, and in their case, and you're going to press a lot of pressure on HACCP. So for this kind of interdependency and the interaction, it has two kind of connections or relations. And the first, before you entering the HACCP, you need to have a basic kind of PRPs, and that is a foundation for the further application of HACCP system. And then during or while you're applying HACCP, and you can see what kind of things you can improve in your PRP system. And for the first half this year in the Codex, at the Codex conference, and HACCP has been used as a foundation for decision making in the appendix. So it reflects this kind of interdependency and the interaction between these two systems. So we can say that and PRP plus HACCP, though very effective, it's very complex or complicated. And comparing to those multinational companies, and it is a great challenge for the SMEs to applying this kind of combination. And more critically, and SMEs is a very important linkage in the whole supply chain of food. So I'd like to give you some kind of data and figures.
Yeah, we have conducted other surveys in many countries. actually, the majority of the food companies are SMEs. It's not about a market size. It is about the number of employees, also about aggregate consumptions. SMEs really have a larger share in the food industry. Okay, also the catering. In 2021, these there are 160,000 licensed companies. 26,000 are the quite significant scale companies, and the majority, 84%, are SMEs. Actually, we have not yet counted these small workshops. So all for the the catering companies, about 12 million, the catering companies. So in that the 12 million, the 98% are the SMEs. So this is about 21,000 foodborne diseases reported in 2021, accounting for 65%, and so 98% are SMEs. Actually, these foodborne diseases were generated in the SMEs. So this, you can see that these larger scale company only accounts for 62%. This is a larger scale company accounts for 16.2%. However, this in terms of the resources allocation, and you see that because 96% are SMEs, so a lot of resources allocated to SMEs. From that, you can see, and SMEs are really important. If SMEs can really have the hazard risk management system, and then it will be very helpful for the overall food safety. Now, what are the other scopes for the implementation of HACCP? So HACCP system. So actually, you can see about PRP. PRP is the precondition. For example, and they need to upgrade the facilities and also the environment, and this involves a large investment. Many SMEs, they are outdated equipment facilities and difficult for the cleaning, and everything is involved with financial resources and also the human resources and about the awareness and the number of the people. As SMEs, they tend to control the cost. Therefore, there is a lack of human resources and also poor awareness. And I think that everything is closely related with the awareness, including the managers, owners, and also employees. They don't have a very good awareness and also their lack of the confidence. And also for the implementation of system, this benefit is a long-term benefit. And only when you have a long-term accumulation of experience and knowledge, then you will have a good performance. If you do not have enough awareness and if you do not take initiative, there will be no good result. So these are the major obstacles in order to address this issue. So actually, we have proposed some solutions. For example, we encourage kind of flexible approaches. What are so-called flexible approaches? So about the flexible approaches must follow the HACCP-based 7 principles. So these 7 principles could not be compromised. There is a kind of steps, a logic sequence, totally 12 steps. So you can make a flexible adjustment in terms of the sequence. On the right side, actually, you can see there are 12 steps and also corresponding to 7 principles. So if there is some kind of flexibility allowed, then it can help SMEs to streamline their work. For example, about the documentation. So some flexibility can be allowed. For example, only there is a deviation, then you do the documentation. It's not about the day-to-day and the monitoring, and then every time you need to keep a record and you, yeah. So that will be very formal, but it is really a burden for the company to do that daily recording. And also for small SMEs, and in order to meet the HACCP requirement, we have to set up a team instructed by the experts' opinions. But for the SMEs, that would be very difficult to have a dedicated team or dedicated experts, and maybe they can leverage some external experts or resources and help them to do the preliminary work. That would be a wonderful solution. I think that for the codex and also the joint team, and they propose some suggestions. So actually, finally, it boils down to the corporate responsibility. They need to have a very effective management system so as to make sure that the product produced is safe. Actually, this is a corporate responsibility. So this will align the policy that corporate should be bear the responsibility. FSSC Foundation, actually, that's the FSSC 22,000 certification. This will be a great facilitation for SME to implement HACCP. There is a HACCP development program. It's called a development program. In Chinese, we call it development program, and it facing SMEs. Yes, as I introduced previously, it has the HACCP requirement and also PRP requirement. Based on the top experts' opinion, and they pick up some very basic as a really foundation for the development program. Is just about like a codex. So external experts will do the preliminary work, going to give a guidance, and also for the FSSC 22,000. Actually, it's also based on ISO 22,000. So there is a consistency between the FSSC 22,000 and ISO 22,000. For the company, if you do that, and you will grow and prosper, then you will really have a very smooth transition to ISO 22,000. So it will be very wonderful, the transition. Also, this is free from any charge to SMEs. For the FSC 22,000, you know that it was launched 2 years ago. So these are the implementation areas. One is manufacturing, food and food ingredients. These are SMEs. Also some artisan food manufacturers or startup companies. And with that, these SMEs will have a very wonderful start. And the second is for the catering SMEs, for like a processing or the small outlet, etc. So, and also the food retail wholesalers. So these are 3 major categories for implementation. So next, about the special features of this program, there are 3 important elements for this program. So first element is the requirements and a self-evaluation tool. These companies, if the company is interested on that, so you can download these requirements and self-evaluation tools from website to see what's your gap now, and also how to make improvement with these tools. And secondly, is training. Of course, FSSC will not provide training directly, but it will work with other organizations to provide training for you. And also, thirdly, if you are decided to implement this plan, and you are very satisfied about the program, then you can ask the conformity authority to do the conformity assessment for you. And then there will be some kind of conformity assessment and a conformity announcement. Then this announcement will be available on the FSC website. So this will help you to improve your reputation. So these are about self-evaluation tools, what they look like. So these are you can download these evaluation tools from the FSSC website. When you manufacture and also catering and also retail, wholesaler, these are 3 categories for the implementation, also translate into dual languages. There are 2 levels, level 1 and level 2. Level 1 is very basic, and level 2 is kind of a senior level based on the level 1. For a company with different requirements, you can opt different kind of levels. So about the development program and the requirements. So you can see this is a major framework. So actually, it's very well aligned with ISO 22000. So here, just 1.1 and 1.2, and these are related with HACCP. About the HACCP analysis capability should be kind of upload activity to help you be capable to do the HACCP analysis. So based on that, you will be able to carry out HACCP analysis. For the HACCP analysis, whether it's level 1 or level 2, they both include 7 principles. These 7 principles also allow some kind of flexibility. These are the major directions. From that, you will see this is a bigger framework and also this system. These are, so I just make it bigger for you and zoom in so you can see clearly. This yellow is a detailed requirement, and also these dark words are these findings or issues. So actually, this will really help the companies to see the gap. And also the green words are the requirement for level 2. So you can go to website and check out. For the FSSC development program, one also very important part is the training. After the gap analysis, maybe you need further assistance. So you can find the contract conformity authority to help you organize training. So on the FSC website, there will be a list of the conformity organizations who will be responsible for training. And about the conformance, so the level 1 conformance and the level 2 conformance, there are 2 levels. The efficacy validity is 1 year. So after 1 year approved, then you can continue to be valid. So this validity is 1 year. Okay, and this is a program process. And so you see the FSC 22000 and also ISO 22000 side by side. You can see the consistency. Level 1 is a basic level, and level 2 is the advanced level, and then on the top it is the complete system. So you can got an FSC 22000 certification. So first level 1 and then level 2, then finally FSC 22000. So FSC 22000 will be identical with ISO 22000. So this is about the development program. What kind of benefits for the food SMEs? Firstly, it will help the companies to have a comprehensive food safety assessment system to help them boost their confidence, improve the staff efficiency, reduce the waste, and reduce the legal risks. So does that mean that you are at level 1 and you need to advance to level 2? Not necessary. Actually, level 1 is already very comprehensive for the basic system. So actually, if you want to stay on level 1, no problem. It's already good enough.
I'm not going to read them one by one. You can read the pages yourself. And then this kind of development program is very good for the stakeholders, especially and SMEs. And then how about those big companies? And it can help those companies or big companies to connect with their supplier system or sourcing system. And I'm talking about SMEs here, but I'm not going to say we are going to avoid or say nothing about the big companies, and so would like to help them improve the performance of their suppliers. And I can say that in again certain kind of systems and help from this system, and I have listed certain kind of benefits. And here I'm not going to read them one by one. And then in summary or in conclusion, and how can we apply this program? And first, you can download and those assessment forms and formalities, and also you can contact those assessment bodies, and then be enlisted in the FSC website. I'm going to I'll spend 1 minute on FFC Foundation or fund. And the most known product is FFC 22,000, and you can see we were established like in 2001, and then in 2010 we issued about 28,000, and now to date, and then it's about 31,000 license in the markets, and including those accreditation or certification bodies and assessment bodies, as well as other products, etc. And in the coming future, it considers to expand its kind of presence in social responsibility and other kind of domains and fields. And the FFC funds, which is different from those license holders, it's a NGO or non-profit organization. So all the things are based on ISO 22000 and plus the ISO 22,000 and some, and so, and it will choose different kind of scheme and program, and that is the overview of this kind of the thing. So that is my presentation about the HACCP and the systems to the SMEs, and that's all for my presentation. And you can get more information from our website. And thank you for your attention. And I'd like to return my microphone and then to Dr. Yan. And thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lee, Dr. Lee. I don't know how to return to your floor, and you just stop sharing. Oh, thank you. I see the button. Thank you, Mr. Lee or Dr. Lee, for your input. And it's kind of valuable for the SME HACCP application. Of course, the SMEs are facing a lot of challenges in the application of HACCP and then FFC funds, and a lot of basic work and the schemes and the programs and the trainings and compliance kind of equations, and which are quite useful to SMEs. And we all know that the SMEs are faced with a lot of problems. For example, the input and the returns. And so my question is for you, Dr. Lee, and how can we improve or strengthen the awareness of the SMEs in HACCP, and how can we help them overcome all the obstacles and the barriers? And thank you, Dr. Yan, for the good question. And for this regard, we think that we can perform as a external kind of specialist panel, and it has certain kind of basic guidelines for the application or implementation of the HACCP and for the SMEs. It's not for those enterprises. Very interestingly, it's for the governments. So there's certain kind of difficulties for the application of the HACCP and for the SMEs. And one of them is the regulatory body from the governmental side, and how, if those SMEs implement those HACCP or those in the system, what kind of assistance or help or support they can get from the government. So we also have the role played by those external specialists or experts. And the first is the awareness of the owners, and that is quite important. And we need to constantly provocate this kind of awareness, and to put more influence on them, in a regulatory or laws and regulation kind of manner. And that is a very good improvement into the SMEs. And then it's about the costs and fees and the payment, and for the management of covered departments, and you get certain kind of recognition from the governmental side. And I think that it's very conducive to for them to cut their costs, and also to make better understanding, and from the perspective of FAO and the Codex, as well as from our own work. And the motivation is originated, or motivation is landed in government as well as industry, and so we can get more kind of this kind of driving force from the governmental side. So thank you, Dr. Lee. So how can we make concerted efforts to promote the development of SMEs? And you have mentioned about the governmental side, and in China, the Chinese government has made a lot of efforts in this domain. And another question for you is that you have mentioned a lot of organizations, etc. And for the FSC, what is the connection with the program, the international program, and for the SMEs? This is a very good kind of internal question for the industry, and GSSI. It also sees the demands of the needs in the systems. So it put forward or launched this kind of international market scheme or program. So initially, its purpose is to promote certain kind of targeted initiatives for the SMEs, and so the FFC, the C22,000, and just resonated with this kind of scheme. So it has started and other kind of documents. But based on my own observation, we're walking towards the same direction. So we have different kind of priorities. But the last, according to the international market program, or in this pathway, along this pathway, we are going to see more different kind of approaches or methods. So we're still making efforts. We are still in the process. the international market and the program has unified this kind of, thoughts and some kind of ideas. But in the process of implementation, whether we need to align with each other, but it's a very call to make. So we are making explorations or tries in different directions. So we do not need this kind of forced uniformity or unification. So at first we did well work under the umbrella of the international market, and now we are seeking this kind of breakthroughs in based on our priorities, and we think that we are going to be unified again at a higher level. Now we have some kind of differentiations, etc. And you are muted. And Dr. Lee, Dr. Yan, you are muted. Thank you, and a big plus for your input. And next, I'd like to give you Ms. Wang Xin. Who is going to talk about HACCP and training, and from a historic angle and experience. And he's from China. He's from China Academy of Detection and Quarantine. And Ms. Wang Xin participated in the fulfillment and the implementation of these trainings. A lot of us have participated in this program. And thank you, Dr. Yan. So I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Wang. Thank you, Dr. Yan. Please share your screen with us. You can see the screen, right? Clearly. So let me start. And first, thank you, Dr. Yan, for your invitation. And dear guests, good morning. It's my great pleasure to participate in this conference, and namely CIFSQ. So this is the session about HACCP. So I'd like to talk about some kind of history and the experience of HACCP training, and maybe my presentation is not sufficient, and you can make your comments afterwards. And then my name is Wang Xin. I'm from China Academy of Detection and Quarantine, and we have another name, which is the only kind of body or department engaged in HACCP. And you are quite familiar with HACCP, I believe. Sorry, there's something wrong with my slides. Let me make some adjustments.
你在底下是想把它调成那个全屏吗？
Would you please put it in full screen? But something wrong with my slides, the animation. So let me control the whole process. HACCP and Dr. Lee has given you all the details, all the requirements under HACCP and its importance, as well as the newly revised kind of content. So I want to say that, after the United States put forward the HACCP, and then has a different definition on HACCP, and in the appendix, it has this kind of recommendation of the application of the HACCP, and in the newest version, it has been introduced into the formal article. And based on HACCP, and they can develop, and those developed countries, develop or compile their kind of regulations and the laws, on food safety. And in the latest version, our government has also integrated it into the HACCP certification. And so this is my content you can see. And the first is the successful practice in the food export industry and certain kind of application in in China's food industry in terms of HACCP. And the first is the successful cases about the food exports. And we have 20 years of experience and successful cases in this domain, and it has been divided into 5 stages.
Well, there are 4 stages, and 1 is for the export and product, and about the export companies, the regulation and practice, and according for all the export companies should have the risk-based the prevention system to have the patch for their activities, and also about the evidence collection and verification. I think that this is an administrative breakthrough and exploration, namely the third-party validation will be the reference or basis for the authority regulation, and also international the mutual recognition, GFSI mutual recognition. So China has got the GFSI mutual recognition, and also about the 3 concurrent. So this is also the 3 concurrent program. So this is 3 concurrent program have generated very wonderful outcome. And also the FASMA and the reference to the FASMA in 2016, FASMA was promulgated in the US in a team and to conduct the translation and research on this FASMA, provide technical support. So this is about the history milestones. So in this work, for our authority, and thanks to the general administration or quality inspection, we carry out the work. There are 3 parts. 1 is we have the standard promulgation. So we have the relevant the standard totally the 10 items. For example, industry standard. So you see that SN-T1443.12004 also SN-T1443.2-204 and also GBT27341-209, GBT27342-209, and GBT273202014. So these are the relevant laws, regulations, and monographs. We have some monographs on the right side. For example, for these directors, these test books, and these are for the directors, and also for the inspectors. They are also the training manuals. And for these export companies, they need to conform with laws, regulations in the US, Europe, and other countries. We have some test books for them. In 2016, and after FASMA promulgated, we drafted a series of books to help companies to export to US. The third part is training. So training is also very important and part. So the trainings. So here I list a couple of important topics. For example, to set up a hazard system and implement a training. That's very important. There are totally 37 courses, and with 3,000 people be trained. That's really we have a provincial level training and a rural training, one province after another province. That's some kind of a very mandatory requirement by the law regulations. In order to meet those mandatory requirements, we organize training. These trainings have been implemented to the letter in a very timely fashion. So in that training, we identify sees it's very important to help a company to improve their employees' awareness about the importance. And then in the implementation stage, the companies identify the issue and the correct issue to improve their overall competency level. So in the HACCP implementation, there are a couple of takeaways I would like to share with you. There are totally 6 takeaways. One is the systematic and logic nature of the HACCP theory. We have experts, they learn from the US, and then when they come back, they have further study and then put it into the real practice so as to find out that actually this system is very logical, very rigorous, and it could help the company to achieve their goal with only half of the efforts, and also help the company to control cost and minimize the risk to the acceptable level. So the HACCP system is really systematic and logic. And secondly, HACCP system give a priority to the combination of the flexibility and the principle. They have been well-targeted approach to help achieve the goals. And thirdly, it's about the proactive prevention rather than the passive countermeasure. So we in the system to identify all the hazards. Then we conduct the control. So the companies will not be in a passive manner to have a proactive control of the risk. 4, it is a holistic process that has an analysis from the farmland to the dining table. That's really reflection about the prevention theory conception, and also about the company. Companies are the major ownership for the HACCP system. So when we implement this HACCP system, the company should be accountable. And also international common language, CAC, or other international organizations, or other the official laws regulations, HACCP has been expressed by the universal language. Because of that, it will be very smooth for the communication, and it will be very beneficial for the understanding of the HACCP. So it will really be implemented over the more than 20 years among those export companies. We believe also for the SME, these processes in the food industry, it should be very timely for them to embrace the HACCP. For our country, for the food and safety laws regulations, and we have made very clear about the HACCP. I see that that's principles already incorporated into China's food safety laws regulations. These domestic companies are also quite large in size. We are also serving those domestic companies and the food administration. We hope that by our efforts and the leadership of the General Food Administration, and also we will be able to work with the market supervision authority at a different level and to promote relevant policy implementation by the implementation of HACCP. So all the companies will really show their responsibility for the food safety. From the State Council, from the Food Safety Administration. So from top down, there have been the different action plans. HACCP system has been declared very clearly as a mandatory requirement in the laws regulations. At a different provincial level, market supervision authority, HACCP has also been stipulated as a way to improve company's food safety performance. And there are also some incentives or reward given by the local government to reward those companies who are doing good job in the HACCP application. That's right at the end of 2020, 2021. They are totally 17,000 pieces for the HACCP system certification, and also food safety FSMS. The total number is 24,000. And also there are other certificates. The other certificates have also witnessed increase. This means these companies have increased awareness on the food safety. So this is about to increase on the certificate numbers. Of course, in the implementation of a HACCP, there are still some problems or issues. In summarization, there are 4 areas issues. One is the recognition. There are still some wrong or misunderstanding, for example, about theory, about rational or the planning or system or certification. So there are some kind of not so correct understanding about these concepts. For example, like a HACCP principle, there are 7 principles. It's a very systematic, and a HACCP planning means when the obvious HACCP being identified, in order to control those HACCP, then you generate a plan. Other system includes the HACCP plan as well as some management elements. And also this is about a company management system to run the HACCP. The HACCP certification is conducted by the third-party organization. When a company be certified, then the certification will be given to the company. It has been declared very clearly. Encouragement should be given to a company to set up a HACCP system. Many companies, when talking about HACCP system, they only know the HACCP system, but actually there are other concepts. For example, theory, system, plan, certification, and also another area about not very clearly understanding about the standard regulation. They are relevant the clarification interpretation about HACCP standard. So these will be different efforts to help the company to understand the laws regulation better. And so about the not only company should take initiative, but also we need a policy boost. Currently, these export company, they are very initiative, but for the other domestic companies, they lack of initiative. So we need to boost the company's initiative and also technical support. We hope that we need to strengthen technical capability to help those companies to do a good job in terms of the HACCP technology. So this is about the major responsibilities and requirements. About from the law regulations, about some requirements. These requirements has been further implemented about the laws regulations. So these companies that must have the directors and the supervisors. These roles has been identified very clearly in laws regulations. So this reflects that our national authority give high priority for the people capability development. Only when we improve the people capability, then that will be very promising for the implementation of a HACCP. These are the domestic policies and also experience. Mainly 3 suggestions for the future. So first is we need to strengthen the team building and to improve the capability about the engineers and the directors, managers, and inspectors. these professional skills must be greatly boosted. We need to strengthen this area. And the second suggestion is we need to really lay a solid foundation on the technology. And we hope the universities and research institutions to give support on the technology and to learn from the other countries' counterparties and give expert or professional support. And the third suggestion is to change the regulation model to really have the exploratory adjustment. So in the past, the focus was on the inspection on the final product, but now we shift the priority to the process control. It's really a journey rather than the end. We really need to make an exploration on this regard.
Next, I'd like to talk about our kind of, and the efforts and the work have made in food safety and based on the international ministry, not the National Ministry of Education, etc. And you can see all the occupational skills. And in 2020, and with the approval from the Ministry of Education, and you can see it has become this branch has become this kind of certification body. And that is the only kind of body that can issue this kind of license or certification. So it has a very good kind of content. It's very valuable, so it covers a very large range of food safety, from laboratory level foods safety inspection as well as to kind of industrial level and consumer level and etc. It is developed based on different kind of requirements and the standards. So we consider that for the food enterprises and for the foods and the management and the personnel, they need different inputs. For example, the input from the lab, from the plant, from the workshop, and etc. And also, it need to get or to compile this kind of food safety management output, based on all the information they get from the lab, from the plant, from the working stations, etc. So they need this kind of comprehensive or integrated skills and knowledge. So you can see it has this kind of standards and the requirements on the lab, on different things, on different levels of work. So in their case, and that they can have a very clear career plan for food safety. And you can see the license has 3 levels. In the first primary, second in the middle, on the medium level, and second and thirdly the advanced one. So they match different skill levels or not level of different people. And you can see for the primary one is for the bachelor degree kind of practitioners, and also this is a very good kind of ticket for them to enter those enterprises, and they can also acquire very fast adaptability to the work of the enterprises. And during the development of this license, and we worked with a lot of big players and organizations in the food safety domain or in the food manufacturing domain. And for a bigger company, they have more stuff and more complicated kind of decision setting. So we just get the recommendations and the advices from them. And then with the training of promoting food safety internationally, and I think that this kind of license go follow the trend, also provide the support for the high quality development. And you can see this is the audience, for of this license. It can be for the distribution of food, manufacturing and distribution enterprises, as well as the regulatory bodies, and also the certification and the consulting bodies and organizations. And furthermore, this is a newly developed license, which was approved in the year of 2020. Now we are promoting the training work, and now we are working with 150 pilot schools, and we also send our staff to train or to coach the students, and now about 7,000 students or 7,000 people have acquired this license. And also we are working with the local markets and to carry out this kind of integration or integrated program with the industry as well as the academia field, and so would like to provide enterprises with the talent they need with certain kind of performance and skills. And that's all for my presentation, Dr. Yan. Thank you, Ms. Wang. Very comprehensive, a very good presentation about HACCP, and for example, about the introduction from the United States to China, and then the training on HACCP, as well as the domestic training for different stakeholders as a general language in food safety. And we can carry out this kind of training, for the domestic players or stakeholders, and to also to align with the laws and regulations and take certain kind of, compulsory measures. And there's a lot of the following ups, and also to integrate different kind of accreditations or certification from under the HACCP system. And thank you. I like your presentation a lot. Thank you again. And you have mentioned a lot this kind of experience and challenges you were faced in the process of the training of the HACCP. So any questions? So we mind for the domestic players and the foreign players, and especially for in export, and we have different scenarios between the domestic players and the multinational players. So because of the existence of HACCP, so what is the role of promoting by HACCP? How about this kind of scheme? So there are certain kind of bodies and departments or organizations who are in charge of this projects or scheme. So that is the process, and we'd like to convert or transfer this kind of export into the kind of internal or domestic sales. So we'd like to secure the same quality and in the domestic market as well. So in order to conform to this quality standards or requirements, and so those enterprises need to follow all the principles and all the guidelines, and then after they practice this kind of compliance, and they can call themselves this kind of enterprise. And thank you, Ms. Wang, and we can have further discussion and afterwards. Thank you again for your inputs. And the next, I'd like to give you here, Dr. Wang Weiwei. And so Peter is going to talk about the challenge and the good practice of HACCP applications in SMEs. So the stage is all yours, Peter. Thank you, Dr. Yan. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in today's conference, and thank you for the arrangement from the organizing committee of this conference. So Dr. Anthony Theta from Walmart has talked about certain kind of, the overview about, HACCP, and then we get certain kind of, input from Dr. Liu and Ms. Wang Xing. So I'd like to talk about the challenges and the best practice. And we have observed in the HACCP for SMEs. And Dr. Lee mentioned certain that quite impressive to me. And that is the small and the less developed enterprises. Now that's not only for the SMEs. And so in the domestic market and certain kind of enterprise are in a certain big kind of size, but they are facing certain kind of challenges, and they're in certain kind of gap in terms of this kind of HACCP compliance or etc. So this is so. Firstly, I'd like to talk about challenges and best practice, and in conclusion, I have four kind of challenges to present, and my name is Wang Wei from IQC. And we have experts and specialists from the China side as well as from the German side, and we are doing this kind of consulting work and service to our customers. And the first is the on-site improvement. And the next is the certain kind of implementations of the system. And so this is mentioned that how can we improve their skills and the performance in this domain. So we'd like to do this kind of empowerment or enabling work for the enterprises. And then we are in charge of the development and implementation of the system. And so I'd like to give you some taste about the challenges we were faced or we are still faced with. Yes, a week ago, I just get certain kind of the latest kind of figures of data, and you can see this is the number of the SC production license, 181,820, and then for HACCP, and the number of enterprises certified for this license is 20,467. So so this is not a compulsory certification in China, which is compulsory in EU and etc. And we have done certain kind of survey. You can see we have done this kind of scoring on over 300 players, and the score, you can see the score was not very high here, and so the mean or the average score is about 72.1 points. And then for the CCP monitoring, and we don't see very good implementation in this domain. Although enterprises have established this kind of HACCP system, they don't have sufficient implementation and this kind of fulfillment. And then this is the analysis on the 10 KO clauses, and you can see, and the CCP monitoring failure accounts for the highest proportion. But for certain kind of enterprises, they of course get the certification, and then there's a lot of things can be improved in the daily operation. And then you can see the biggest challenge. They don't have the correct kind of starting point on their. So if for example, their customers, their clients want them to get this certain kind of certification, and then they only need to pass this kind of audit or the certification, for example, the ISO 22000. So their priority is to pass this kind of certification. So during our consultation and consulting work, and we have seen that a lot of our clients have acquired this kind of license or certification, but there's still a lot of problems there. So now we do not pay attention to the number of certification or license they got or they have. And so now we are working on how to mitigate or how to downsize or how to decrease the number of the complaints. Even though they got or they get all this kind of license and certification, they have very high level of complaints from their customers and their clients. So though they have this license and certification, they cannot maintain a very good operation. So all the methods and the tools we provide are based on the HACCP and the PRP kind of system.
Well, so for the companies, actually, you need to think about how to serve your business. Also, there is another challenge. We have found that many companies, how you get the certification, many companies just told me very straightforward and saying that I have a shortcut. And for example, there is a kind of a certification consulting company provide this service for you. They will help you to set up the so-called system. You don't need to worry anymore. You just need to focus your business. I just be responsible for the certification. So actually, you get this certification, but actually this certification is not owned by the company. It's actually owned by the third party. Maybe it's not good. Maybe sometimes and this system is correct, but it may not suitable for the company. And they have some kind of template, but this template or documentation is not understood by the company employees. They just pile up of documentations. It's not digested fully. For example, they rely on the third party, and the third party give them template and give them feedback. They have a lot of the documentations about the companies that do not understand about the meaning of these documentations. They got a system, they got a certification, but they are not very clear what's the significance of this certification, how to utilize it. But if you build up that system by yourself, then this system will be your system. If this is third-party system, it's really difficult for you to digest. And third challenge is the lack of the collaboration among the teams. Some people believe it's a competency issue and also collaboration issue. For HACCP, it's based on the team. Many companies, they have the very interesting issue. For example, they have some meeting and they have the different participating members at meetings. They look at the quality manager. One of the quality manager give them tasks or assignments. They are very passive. These departments from other areas, they do not know how to do. For example, the procurement team or the HR team or sales team, what's their role in the HACCP system? They are not very clear. They just want to be given instruction by others. They are not the really owners of that HACCP. Challenge 4 is the professional support, especially for the HACCP analysis. Have the different process steps, conduct analysis, especially the microorganism. For example, different the microbial, E. coli, etc. But they are not very clear about the risks involved with this microorganism. Maybe they ask other people, these consultants, to help them to have this analysis, but they do not understand about the risks. The third-party organization is very clear about the system, but they are not very clear about your process. they are also not very clear about the various parameters or equipment facilities. So we hope we need to give them their professional knowledge support. And also, this is real case. This company is a bakery company. Bakery. This company is making a product, and there is a date on this cake. They purchased the red dates, but actually this date is not a 100% shelled dates. The company put this date on the cake, but later on they found actually there's a core, this core inside this cake. As you know that there are some children as customers, and they found out this core or kernel, they record this product, and finally the loss is 5 million yuan. So later on we conducted analysis. So actually the raw material hazard analysis was not conducted. They finally, this is a bigger recall loss. Actually, we can have a hazard to avoid this loss. There are 4 challenges for the hazard system, and also some best practices. These are the best practices for some companies or some relevant parties. They may have their own practice from the consulting company's perspectives, and also provide some best practice. One is the common sense knowledge training. This really started from the scratch. Actually, we believe if you have the face-to-face training, then it consumes a lot of time. Then we can have the online way to equip you with all these common sense knowledge. It will help you save a lot of time. You don't need to go to the classroom and to receive all the knowledge. And so people, they can use their spare time to get the basic knowledge. When they have some question, maybe during the classroom time, and you will pose the question directly to the educators. For example, you want to know how to improve your workshop, and after the online, and you want to know more, then you can raise more questions. So this online course can help the company to save a lot of time. So this is an online training for the common sense knowledge or basic knowledge. So this is first part. And the second is the face-to-face tailor-made training on the site of the customer facilities. And there will be 3 to 4 days of training, and we will do the case analysis and incorporating that into this company's particular process. And it will be very interactive. So you see, these are pictures taken by us. 7 principles, 12 steps from the first step to the final step. And we get company employees to engage in the discussion to have the in-depth understanding about all these principles and the steps about the system framework and the system really deeply imprint in the mind of these employees. And also, they are not only memorize all these knowledge, but also they can put it into practice, because we really have a table exercise and very interactive to guide them to how to put what they learn into practice. And third, about the help the company to put in place that system. So this is really the work. So for example, on the left side, you see about 12 steps. So this is the company's process, which is composed of 12 steps. We help them to do analysis. And then on the right side, this is a new process. This new process is totally 80 steps. So actually, and 60 or 70 steps previously was not analysis. For example, these compressed air to deliver the material, and then also the sterilized by the vacuum. So this vacuum is not checked. There's a potential risk or hazards. So after we utilize the steps, we help the company to get to know more about the process and to have more rigorous examination on the process. So you must be the owner to write out these very detailed steps, then you will be able to identify the risks. And the week before last month, we went to a company to help the company to implement a HACCP system. For example, like HACCP analysis, and they tell us it's a quality, and then quality department tell this is a special personnel made that. So the system then goes to the quality, then it goes to the special personnel. So we help them to organize 17 or 18 people. They have the brainstorming, the work together to have the HACCP system. So it's no longer only one department work or one single person's work. It's a collective work. So that's much better than the previous. And after that, CCP monitoring. Just in the first half of this year, we have the CCP monitoring on the company about the correction. So maybe sometimes and you have something on the paper, but still people do not understand that what's written in the paper. So we ask the people to communicate with other people, for example, make a lecture about that. And so in the real process, we have training, and also in the implementation stage, and we have interactive activities to help the company to really be the owner of the system, rather than the system still be owned by the third party. Finally, we have some suggestions as well as the strategies. We have to refer to the guidebook of the different industries. Wang Xing has mentioned some monographs like the water product guidebook. We also need to have the HACCP guidebook for different industries, especially these books will help SMEs to check out the HACCP in their own process. Sometimes we are lacking in the implementation. So there are also some guidelines for the implementation, not only implementation, but also management. These are monographs for different areas. So if you want to buy the book, on the right side, there is a QR code. You can scan this QR code to buy the book. And we also hope that we can help companies to have training. That there are not so much training centered on the HACCP. Without the training, then people will not be very clear how to implement it, how to convert what they learn into real practice. We hope we will organize training to help SMEs to really implement HACCP in the company. So that's my training. So I hope that I will have more communication later on. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. In the HACCP implementation, we are facing a lot of challenges. You mentioned these some companies they just want to get a certificate, but they fail to do a real implementation work. It's still third-party work. So this is a big challenge for us. we need to think about how to make a company be owner of this HACCP implementation. You give us also vivid examples and wonderful. And I hope you have done the very good summarization by listing a table for us. All these challenges are very clear in your list to understand and certification and validation, etc. We really need to help SMEs to make a further improvement. Wonderful. For your organization or the consulting organization, what's the consulting company's role? Or what kind of department or organization should give you help to promote the HACCP implementation in SMEs?
Thank you, Dr. Yan, for your good question. And in assisting the growth of China's food industry, and this is only a very small kind of influential element. And just as Dr. Li mentioned, it's the participation of the governmental side as well as the inspection and the kind of bodies and scientific research organizations, institute, and those big kind of clients and the customers. And first, we need to have this kind of communication with the managements of the enterprises. Is that is the real beauty of HACCP, and of course, you get the requirements, from all the demands, from your clients, and then, from the technical kind of, level, it first can mitigate the risk and also to secure your performance. In that case, you can have a very good efficiency in enterprise operation, etc. And you spend about 10 to 20,000 yuan on this license, and of course this is only the monetary or the money kind of value, and then with the implementation of the HACCP, and it will be conducive for your sustainable development, especially for your company and enterprise. And thank you again for Pierre, and thank you again, Pierre, for your input. That is the first half of our morning session. That is the communication about the latest progress of HACCP and the opportunities and the challenges we are faced with presently and in the future. And we get a very good kind of input from our four speakers, and we get a lot of of course achievements, and especially in the HACCP implementation kind of process. Of course, there are certain kind of challenges, for example, awareness and the regulatory kind of environment, and etc. And just as mentioned by Peter, and we need concerted efforts to make more kind of progress and achievements in this domain. So we need to do more training and practice and promotion in this field. And thank you again. And thank you for all the speakers, and thank you all the audience in online and offline. And that is the end of the first half of the session, of the morning session. And next we're going to have the second half. That is the food safety education. Thank you again. Let's get back. Please come back at 10:30. Thank you.
喂，Hello，1234123，Hello，123，1234123，Hello，Hello，Hello，123，1212123。喂，Hello，123，123，1212123，123，1有了是吗？英文好了，换中文。
就电脑太热了，烫烤。就把隔壁那个那昨天电脑一晚上没关，我关，跟他说了，说我电脑一晚上没关了，超级烫，知道吗？昨天走的时候跟他说要他关电脑，他没关。他把所有的东西都打开，就是烫死。我们这种超薄笔一定要散热，行啊？那可能不行啊，我不知道。哎，就这个，锂电池。
大家好，我们开始今天
Welcome back. Now let's proceed with our second half of the morning session.
刚才呢，第一个环节，我们
In the first half,
CIFSQ 的内容呢，做了非常好的交
we
流。
have a review on HACCP, the very good communications, and we have very good interactions, very productive.
下边呢，
And
我们
next,
在一起来
together,
交流和分享
we're going to talk about
实现食品安全教育
a collaborative approach to food safety education.
下边的这个环节呢，我们一共有6位
And all in all, we're going to have 6 speakers, and you get 20 minutes each for your presentation. So let's cut the chase. So first, I'd like to give you our first speaker, Michelle Daniluk.
佛罗里达
Merieux is from University of Florida, the professor of food safety, also a promoter of promotion specialist or expert in this domain, is also the IAFP president. And yesterday, she also delivered a keynote speech. So it's our great honor to have Merieux here to share with us about this kind of food safety education program for two farmers with various backgrounds.
Dr. Yan, thank you so much for inviting me to be here and for that lovely introduction. I'm thrilled to share with you all some work that we've been doing about delivering educational materials to farmers around the area of food safety. So the majority of the farmers that we're working with are fresh fruit and vegetable farmers. And I just quickly show this slide to you to say that if you look at both the number of outbreaks right here, and the number of illnesses linked to plant-based diseases, they are more or very similar to those from both seafood and from land-based animal food. So we do have a tremendous number of outbreaks of foodborne illness being caused in the United States from fresh fruits and vegetables. And we also have a tremendous number of commodities that are leading to those outbreaks. So things like sprouts, melons, cucumbers, leafy green vegetables, tomatoes, peppers, mangoes, papaya, many different things are leading to these outbreaks in the United States. And that's left us in a situation where back in 2011, we got our first ever regulation that allows for the United States FDA to regulate on farms to ensure that they're following food safety principles. And that's under what we call the Food Safety Preventive or Food Safety Produce, the Food Safety Modernization Act, or FSMA Produce Safety Rule. And this rule has sort of been groundbreaking for our farmers, and it really is changing their paradigm. And we continue to see implementation of the rule onto farms for the next few years. We'll continue to see it. And that rule really focuses on preventing different sources of contamination from contaminating fresh fruits and vegetables. And it focuses very much on humans, so on personal hygiene of humans. It focuses on soil and soil amendments, so things like manure being added to soil. It focuses on water that we use in the production. It focuses on different tools and buildings and equipment. And of course, it focuses on animals that might be on the farm as sources of contamination. So the rule is very broad and really focuses on a lot of different aspects on the farm. Now, when we started needing to teach growers about food safety on the farm, we started off by asking them what they thought their biggest challenges were going to be in implementing these food safety regulations on the farm. And by far the number one issue that they identified was cost of compliance. And that is shown in that yes in the column there, where they are 56% of them thought that cost, or the amount of money it costs to do the produce safety rule, was going to be the issue for them on their operations. Interestingly, when we looked at farmers who currently had a voluntary good agricultural practice program versus growers that did not, the growers that had the good agricultural plans thought that it was going to be more expensive, thought that it was going to be harder to learn, thought that they had a worse attitude, and thought that they needed more training than those individuals that didn't have food safety programs on their farms already. So the people that were doing food safety were a lot more concerned about how much it would be to implement the rule on their farms than the people that were not doing food safety on their farm. So one of the aspects of the produce safety rule is it has a provision in it that requires each individual farm to have on it somebody who is a qualified individual. And the rule defines a qualified individual as someone who has taken a training program that is at least equivalent to that that FDA has sort of deemed the standard training course. And within the United States, that standard training course is a course called the Produce Safety Alliance Grower Training. And it's a one-day workshop or one-day course for these farmers to take, where it covers 7 different modules within an 8-hour period. The entire class is sitting in a classroom, watching PowerPoint presentations. We know that for adult learners, it's not a great way to learn, but that is the way the course was assembled. And so we wanted to look at or try to understand, were our farmers who were taking this standardized mandatory training class that we needed to teach actually learning anything during the course that we were teaching? And so what we did is we developed a pre-test and a post-test, exactly the same test. And they would take that test at the beginning of the class before we started, at the end of the class, after the class was done, and we would see if they increased any knowledge or learned anything, got a higher score on the post-test at the end of the day. So we had questions related to all 7 of those modules, 5 related to introduction to produce safety, 2 related to worker health and hygiene, 4 related to soil and manure and different amendments, 4 related to wildlife, 3 related to water, 3 related to sanitation, and then 4 related to developing a food safety plan. And we have been using this test since late 2016, trying to see and understand about knowledge gain. And so when we look at some of our data, and we've analyzed about 2,500 pre and post tests, what we have found is that we are increasing knowledge over the course of that 8-hour period when we are in the classroom. Our pre-test score is about 63%. Our post-test score is 81%. So we are having significant gains in knowledge. But where we're having significant gains in knowledge varies very much by the module that we are training in. And so that's the data shown there on the right-hand side of the course. And so you can see the module on the very bottom there is module 2, which is our worker health and hygiene. And the post-test scores, which are the scores shown in blue in that bar graph, are not that much bigger than the scores shown in green, which are the pre-test scores. So there's not a lot of knowledge gained on worker health and hygiene, but overall those scores are still very high. They're much higher than any of the other bars there on the graph. Whereas if we look at some of the top bars on the graph there, what we'll see, especially up at the top here, is that in modules like harvesting and sanitation, in modules like agricultural water, in modules like developing a food safety plan, those scores tend to be quite a bit lower. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done or appears to need to be done to really bring growers up to speed in these areas of this pre and post test. Now we also, at the end of this training class, take a subset of all our attendees, and after they've attended the course, 3 months after they've attended the course, we send them a survey to try to figure out what practices they've implemented by or after coming to our training. And so this is just a brief snapshot of some of the responses we get back. The ones where we have more than 40% of farmers who come to our class making changes have to do with writing or modifying their food safety plans on their operation, developing new record keeping systems, developing new practices for monitoring, and then implementing new training for employees on food safety and hygiene. So that's where we're seeing them actually implementing the most changes on their operation. It's interesting because these places where they're implementing implementing new practices don't match very well with the areas where they actually gained the most knowledge in our training. And we'll get back to that in a few slides. But what this has taught us is that because we don't see a lot of what we're training growers on being implemented on their farm, by them simply attending a grower training course, they're not putting into place the practices they need to be ready for an inspection on their operation and to really have good food safety programs on their operation. This one-day training sitting in the classroom is not helping them improve their food safety practices and be ready for any sort of inspections of their operations. So what we've done is we've developed something called an on-farm readiness review, or an OFRR. And what that on-farm readiness review is designed to do is bridge the gap between that training course they take and having a grower be ready for an inspector to show up on their operation. And it really is designed to help a grower align what's happening on their farm with what's happening in the rural. And this is similar to a lot of other food operations. Farms are very unique, and growers sitting in a classroom with very generic examples that spread a number of different commodities doesn't always help them figure out how that part of the rule or that provision applies on their individual operation. And so these on-farm readiness reviews were developed to really bridge that gap and offer that one-on-one interaction with farmers to be able to do this. Now, this was complicated, and so the Sandkey plot on the left-hand side is complicated, but what we've done is we've taken the different provisions from the regulatory language, which are shown on the left, and we've reorganized the rule into unit operations that a farmer would have on their farm. And so general provisions that are in purple, things that happen before you harvest are in blue, things that happen while you harvest are in green, and things that happen after you harvest are in yellow. And you'll see that the rule isn't written in the same sort of a process flow as a farming operation, and that has led to a lot of confusion in the grower community. And so we've reorganized the rule to work with a process flow. What the tool then does is it, in 3 different columns, first provides the regulatory language, then it gives examples of activities that you could do to comply with that regulatory language, and finally it gives you an evaluation of how a regulator may evaluate you actually following the rule. And it also, for the people doing the evaluation, offers these questions that they should ask a farmer when they are out there on their farm one-on-one, to be able to have a discussion with the farmer about their practices and really help them understand implementation of the rule on their operations. Now, the on-farm readiness review is very much a team effort. It typically involves somebody like me from the university extension service, whose job is to train farmers, and also someone from a regulatory agency going on the farm with the farmer, and again, spending several hours with them, talking through their food safety plans in their operation and talking through the practices they're doing and touring the farm so those can be shared with us. And so this program has been ongoing since 2018, and through June 30th of 2021, just over 1,500 of these have been completed, and they've happened in 42 different states and 2 different territories within the United States. And if we look quickly at the farms that are doing it, about 80% of the farms are what we would consider a large farm in the United States. So that's a farm who has an annual sales of more than 500,000 US dollars. And that's about 45%. And then the other 30% are what we would consider a small farm. So a farm making between $25,000 and $250,000. So we've spent a lot of time on both large and small farms, helping them get ready for the rule. Now, at the end of each one of those on-farm readiness reviews, the assessors who go onto the farm are asked to fill in an anonymous survey, and they are asked to determine if the farm that they are on needs major improvements, minor improvements, or they're already meeting the requirement. Just under 40% of the farms that have been assessed are meeting the requirements, and the majority of them, about 53%, need some sort of minor improvements to meet the rule requirements. When we ask the reviewers what sort of assistance they need, in the majority of the case, the grower knows what they're doing wrong and knows what they need to change. They just need time to change it. Sometimes they need technical assistance, but really the majority of the time, it's just time that they need. Now, interestingly, I want to point out that far category on the right. When our assessors are out on farms, they say that the type of assistance needed on the farm is only a significant monetary investment, 0.2% of the time. So very, very rarely are we finding that needing a lot of monetary investment is what is missing. This is a little bit different than what the growers thought, right? They thought that investment and putting money in was going to be what their biggest impediment is. Now, the only thing I can say is that maybe growers consider their time money, which makes a lot of sense, where the regulators don't think about their time as being money. So they may be thinking of different things. If we look at the general trends in terms of the areas where the growers need most improvement after these on-farm readiness reviews, I will say record keeping pops up very frequently. So they're not keeping the right records that are required by the rule. But when we look at sort of some of the more tangible items beyond record keeping, inadequate pest control, inappropriate sanitizer use, lack of cleaning of different surfaces, lack of or picking up product that's dropped onto the ground, and then not properly handling water in their operations. Interestingly, post-harvest sanitation and the water aspects were two of those areas we're seeing from our produce safety rule trainings where there is the biggest need for growers to increase or improve their knowledge gain. And so what we've been able to do with these two different sets of data is really combine them into developing very specific training plans with or training opportunities with very short learning objectives that really allow us to go onto different farms or into different sites of farms and do very targeted training that meets the need of those growers. Again, we very much are working to meet them where they are, to be on farms, to do hands-on activities. This takes a lot of time, but it really leads to meaningful improvements. We're learning very much we need to alter our language and attitudes to match what growers are doing on the farm. And so if you are working with farmers, I would encourage you to take a similar look to really understand where the areas they are struggling, and then to figure out what you need to do to best work with them to make sure that they're absorbing the language that you're speaking to them. And with that, I'll just quickly acknowledge some of the sources of funding that have come into funding these programs. And I want to point out the collaborators I've worked with. Those who are bolded are my colleagues at the University of Florida who make up our produce safety training team. And I'll thank you for your time. And Dr. Yan, I don't know if I left myself time for questions, but if not, I will be around for at least a little while longer.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Very impressed and a very impressive program and to train farmers. Yeah, I'm going to speak Chinese.
Okay.
Audience, yeah. Yeah, 特别好的这一个
Well, a wonderful training. It's training farmers. Yes, wonderful. So for us, so we can learn from you in terms of the agricultural produce safety regulation and the requirement yeah, from the Department of Agriculture and we can learn from the US counterparty, for example, university professors and the teachers, and go to the farmland to have a really well tailor-made program for farmers and growers, and conduct a survey to see the comparison before and after training, whether they made improvement, and also one-on-one training, face-to-face. And that all these are good lessons or reference for us.
We have enough time for more questions, but I really appreciate because this is also very helpful for the Chinese farmers and to really learn from and also the university professors and the food safety professionals to learn about from your program for produce. So let's see, I don't have any questions so far, and there's one. Okay, there's one question is yet asking about well, how is the willingness of farmers to apply, this training program? What's the willingness? What's the motivation? Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Yan, that's an excellent question. So a couple of motivations. First is that it's now a law. So if they break the law, there are issues with being shut down. But I think it's important to remember that most farmers are very proud of the produce that they are growing, and they don't want to make anyone sick, and I think we can all connect on that level. So if you are then able to connect to say, they're not trying to make anyone sick, they just need to understand how what you're training them to do will prevent that from happening. And so it very much comes down to language and discourse and finding common ground with them. And I suspect Betty will talk more about that coming up after me.
Yeah, that's an excellent answer. I think we do need to also understand the difference between China and US farmers. And yeah, we absolutely will learn from you, and we may invite you in the future to talk more about your program. Thank you again.
Thank you all for having me.
Okay, well, 我们下一个演讲嘉宾呢是冯耀华。
Next speaker is Dr. Feng Yaohua. Feng Yaohua is Assistant Professor, Department of Food Science at Fudu University. With a lot of interactions with us in the past. So we would like to listen to the presentation made by Professor Feng. So that the presentation is about communicating food safety measures to caregivers, lessons learned from previous program evaluation. Now let's warmly welcome Professor Feng.
Yes. So thank you for inviting me to this special event. So whenever we talk about risk-based food safety management, so inevitably we have to talk about who is at risk. So when it comes to foodborne illness, it's not equally at risk. So we have to, as we age, older adults, and as we mature, young children and immunocompromised patients, pregnant women, people with diabetes, all of those could be at a higher risk for foodborne illness. So how does that relate to what we're going to talk? Because if you look at this list, you may notice that a lot of them may need assistance in their lives, may need assistance in the food preparation in their daily lives. So in China specifically, since 1990s, there have been significantly more older adults in the weight in the population. So it's not this change has not been just impacting the economic and productivity of the society, but also it has some food safety implications if you think about it. Because when we age, when we have a higher percentage of older adults in the population, we are at a higher risk for foodborne illness with those populations. So in China, we have this saying that we have to 孝为先. So which means that we acknowledge the importance of taking care of our parents, our grandparents. So when it comes to caregivers, many of the caregivers are relatives. So as for the relatives, you will notice that no one, just like what Michelle just mentioned about the farmers, they are proud of the products they're providing. When it comes to taking care of people that we love, we care about, we are proud, we are motivated. So whatever we're doing is good for you, especially when it comes to food preparation. So in general, we notice that no matter it's caregivers for young children or caregivers for older adults, as long as they are close to you, they want to do something good, they have good intentions. However, based on our research, we also noticed that those caregivers, depending on their where they receive the message and also depending on who they are, they may perceive risk very differently. So here are some examples. So back in 2019, we conducted this consumer survey. So it was not intentionally for caregivers, but we asked this question to wheat flour users. So if you have noticed that the product you have purchased have been recalled due to foodborne illness or food, like microbial food safety issues, what would you do? So we noticed that the households, the consumers who live with young children are significantly more likely to say that I would never buy the same product from this brand ever again. Or they would say that I would never buy any product from this brand ever again. So they lost the trust. They want to provide the best to their children. So they really has a high risk perception here when it comes to product, other people producing the product. But when it comes to their own home, they feel like I am in control. So later on, we conducted another consumer survey that was with pet owners. So specifically dogs or cats. So we noticed that the participants thought that their children are much likely to wash their hands with soap than themselves. So 31% adults answered that they would wash their hands with soap after interacting with their pets. But they expected their young children, 50% of them would wash their hands with soap after playing with the pets. That's quite odd. And also we noticed that about 31% of the pet owners who has very young children in the household, they allow their children to kiss the pets and also allow the pets to lick their children. So we noticed that when it comes to risk perception, whether the risk comes from their own home versus the risk comes from store-bought or restaurant-made, it's quite different. They perceive the risk much higher. They are so afraid that because it's outside of their home, they cannot see it, they are more likely to say, no, I refuse the higher risk options. Another interesting thing we found was dads and moms are different. They perceive risks for their children are significantly different. So dads, or we say that male caregivers, they are significantly more likely to perceive that the pet food, if there is a problem with pet food, it's more likely to infect the children than the moms or grandmas. So there are many different possibilities when we wrote this paper, because some research showed that the male like consumers tend to be more likely to take the risk. But rarely we see literature recording how those male consumers or participants, when they change their role into caregivers, how would they perceive the risk for their youngs? So this is a very interesting finding. So after we conducted all of those studies, we noticed that there is some needs to really help deliver the message to no matter dads or moms or grandparents. We have to learn how to communicate with those caregivers of those young children. So we developed this food safety program. And specifically, we try to develop the program for people that have a lower income. And currently, there have been quite some recommendations. You can see, especially videos, they have those beautiful kitchens with islands, with spacious, large, refrigerators. But most of the households, they don't really have that. So we decided to make this in a more realistic kitchen setting. So including taking pictures and taking videos in those environments. So this program was delivered virtually. So we call it dialogue-based program, because instead of just what I'm doing right now, delivering a presentation, so the audience just sit there and listening to me. So this program specifically, we developed it as a discussion session, because when it comes to food safety handling, food handling, everyone has their own habit. Everyone has their own reasoning why they're cooking certain things certain ways. So we want to have outlets people can share. And then the instructor or the educator is more like a facilitator to help guide the best practices. So this program has both in-class discussion, in-class activities, and take-home tasks. We used pre and post survey and also recorded all of their conversations to help us better understand the reflection of the program and then evaluate the program. So this program had 2 major sessions. In week 1, we deliver 2 major topics. So clean and separate. In week 2, we deliver the other 2 major topics, which is temperature control, including cook and chill. So all of those 4 are the core 4 food safety practices from Fight Back, which is the partnership for food safety education. That is a established program in the United States. So in between week 1 and week 2, we have take-home tasks. Take-home tasks were developed for each specific topics that we taught. So the participants had a chance to go back to practice what we touched in the classroom. So in the classroom, we also had knowledge slides, and then we have participants' interactions. All of those were recorded, and then later on, we conducted qualitative analysis. So eventually, we recruited 60 participants with 30 participants who speak English. So the instructors were native English speakers. And then 30 participants in Spanish. We delivered the materials in Spanish, and the instructor was a native Spanish speaker. So we found that the participants' food safety knowledge increased significantly after the program. So specifically, we found that if you look at the dark yellow or the gold color would be the pre-survey food safety knowledge, and then the faint pink yellow was the post-survey. And then we also found that compared to English speaking, so the Spanish speaking group has a significantly lower pre-food safety knowledge. So we also tried to use some theory of plant behavior, so some behavior change models, trying to understand what does those knowledge change or attitude change or anything that we record on the survey can have any implications in their later behavior change. So we used Spearman correlation, try to understand all of those elements relations. So we found that the attitudes had a significant correlation with the subjective norms. And then the subjective norm, which is whether people will view them positively or negatively, this is an important aspect to perceived behavioral control. And then both subjective norm and perceived behavioral control has some sort of implications to their behavior change intentions. So all of those helped us better understand what are some of the aspects we need to keep reinforcing in those food safety education programs to eventually reach the ultimate goal, which is behavior change. So the dialogue-based learning approach offers also insights of participants' practices. So for example, this yellow highlighted quote, this participant said, "I normally don't use a thermometer when I cook meat, even though I know, even though I should." So that means the knowledge is there, but it's just not sufficient to change their behavior. Even before the class, they know that. But all of those discussion, helping them understanding how to use the thermometer, why you should use the thermometer to change their attitudes, all of those actually was the final kick for their behavior change. And then when it comes to refrigerator thermometer use, so some common measures for measuring the refrigerator temperature was feeling, touching, whether it's cold enough. So this participant said, feeling it, looking at the food, if the meat is changing color too fast, and it should not be doing that, then it's not cold enough. So those conversations helped us also understand what are some of the things they are currently doing to help us better understand how in the future we can improve our program. And some advantages of this virtual education program. So first, they do not need to travel. So a lot of the times, people live in suburban area, they need to drive. Even if they live in an urban area, it's hard for them to, here in the United States, they don't necessarily have everyone has a car or everyone has the best bus route to go to a place to take the lesson. And also with COVID, it's very helpful to have something virtual, and we can meet learners from different states. But there are also some challenges for this virtual education program, because we do notice that many of them would like to have some in-person experience. They would like to learn in person how to use thermometer, in person how to cook certain things. And then we got a lot of interruptions during the program. Internet issue, device setting, and also the backgrounds with the infant or children screening. So the qualitative part reflection of the program was published in Food Control by my PhD student Han Chen, and then the quantitative part was published in Foods, MDPI Foods, by Juan Archila, my master's student, who is currently a PhD student in Ohio State University. So with that, I want to thank all my lab members and the funding agencies. And please follow us We have a lot of interesting food safety, original food safety materials published on different venues to engage the consumers, engage different stakeholders. So do let us know if you have any questions about food safety and how we can collaborate and help. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Feng. This is a great message for the food safety education, specifically for the people to change behavior. Yeah, you may have knowledge, but how are you going to apply knowledge, to transfer that more knowledge to the behavior change? This is really a big challenge for many people. So yeah, 谢谢你啊，特别好的这个。
Thank you for the presentation. Well done. So I have some questions. For the knowledge and to the behavior change, what is the biggest challenge for me? What is the most difficult part for you? So I'd like to answer your question in Chinese, in Mandarin. Yes, I think the most challenging part in terms of behavioral change or behavior change, first is what is the insufficiency or what kind of new skills they don't have, especially in the process of food cooking. Of course, they know how to cook the food or cook the ingredient, and they have their preference. They have their preferred way to cook the food. But due to certain kind of habit or behavioral pattern, it's not easy for them to change the behavior. And in the process of changing, just as mentioned, behavior control, and whether they have the awareness they can change the behavior, which has been neglected a lot. For example, let me take hands washing as an example. And for a long time, and we advocate or we stress we need to use soap, liquid soap for hand washing. For example, in winter days, and if there is no warm water for use, and it's very difficult for them to wash their hands with the cold water and with soap. Of course, we have the common sense that we need to clean our hand with soap, but because of the scenario of the environment, and they won't fulfill that kind of common sense. So in that case, we need to first to improve the facility and the infrastructure, which can be conducive to the behavioral change, and it can be used for other kind of steps and the linkages in our food safety management. For example, for the SMEs and for the food catering enterprises and entities. So for your workers and for your staff and for your personnel, and you need to think about whether you have provided them or equipped them with enough kind of conditions or good kind of prerequisites. So very good presentation. And so how can we change their behavior and habit? And the second,
和你这个线下的 in person 的这个培训，你觉得这中间有没有区别？
这是一个非常好的问题。
That's a very good question. Yeah. Actually, we are doing a systematic literature review. It's about the difference between the online and offline. And actually, we found that so for each the experiment and different experiment, for example, some experience says that the result is same regardless online and offline, especially when there is a questionnaire in terms of there is no difference in terms of statistics. So this is the result, and saying that it's the same for the online and offline. But I also heard some feedback from the participants. They want in-person, face-to-face training communication rather than online communication. But you know that there is kind of a reality. We gradually have the offline training. But actually, this offline training, the participant number is less than that of online training. For example, and you have to drive your car to attend the venue, and you spend 2 hours on the road and come back and forth. But I'm too busy. I may not spend more time on the road commuting. And we have some education, for example, some about language restrictions, for example, about some language, and for example, one is about English, another about Spanish. For example, and we have the interpreters and working with us. We will be able to have the language experts to do the lecturing. Yeah, but it's very difficult for the offline to have these kind of experts, language experts to work with us. Okay. So later we will also talk about some topics. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for interaction with us. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker. Next speaker is Wang Qian. Wang Qian. The Zhu Wang, Senior Food Safety Specialist, Commercial Food Sanitation. The presentation is CFS training, creating a passion for food safety. Food safety is very important. Now let's give the floor to Zhu Wang. She is online. Okay. Well, thank you. Can you hear me? So it's a face-to-face presentation. Okay. I'm the only speaker in the venue, having face-to-face presentation with you. So I'm going to share with you the creating passion for food safety, CFS training, and how to convert our awareness or perception into the action. So could you share the presentation with us? Okay, so I just share something with you by our training or some service to our customers, how to build up a passion when talking about food safety. Well, people have lots of perception of that, especially when people's behavior change. We go out, we buy some ready-to-made food. We educate our consumers on how to make a judgment whether the food is safe, or whether it's healthy, and whether it's nutritious. Actually, we need to have some procedure standard to make sure that we provide safe food to our consumers. So this is from the professional perspective. Our people passion, and they really love that. And my presentation, there are 3 parts. So who we are, how we have training and to create this passion, and also about some service content. So first about our parent company. Parent company is Intralox. we are the leading company in the transmission, for example, like tiles, also the canning and the industry. Also in the food industry, we also have a bigger business. So this is about a conveying solution. So many are related with the food, and so we provide a conveying solution to the food industry. Make sure we have a very clean and convenient and highly efficient solution to help our customers. So that's all about our parent company, CFS. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of our parent company. We provide food safety and hygiene design and cleaning solutions. There are a lot of services, and also service include our training. We also provide the on the site the consulting service. For example, there is an off-spec microbial in the food, and we can have some improvement action plans for our customer to help our customers to fix the problem worldwide. That's our team. We have 30 plus CFS food safety experts and with a lot of experience and knowledge in different industries and different fields. They are really knowledgeable. And for example, like dairy products and meat and the fresh food, vegetables, also bakeries, etc. So as to make sure that when we are serving different industry, we'll be able to provide wonderful solutions for different segments. And we also, for example, laws, regulations, and also antigens. And we have the knowledge base, knowledge pool. We're not only serving local customers. When our customers are facing some challenges, we have our experts. We give our customers this worldwide experts solution. For CFS, at different regions, we have a coverage. And for example, in Shanghai, we have a Shanghai office, and also in Europe and Amsterdam, we also have some training. And New Orleans, and we also have the training center in Brazil. We also have our office, and Australia. We cover 3 major continents. And for example, in Shanghai, we have a training center. We provide multilinguistic training. For example, Chinese Mandarin as well as English, covering a majority of the language speakers in Asia. Worldwide, we deliver training not only in Chinese, English, and Spanish, Portuguese. By the multi-language service and multi-area regional coverage, we will be able to provide CFS service to more customers. So that's about CFS training. We have consulting service. We have some tools and also methodologies about the core series. Our core series is to really have the very solid food safety foundation. CFS PPC, it's the preventive and integrated complex. It's not like the 50,000 feet, the bird eye view. It's not such a top view. But we also hope that it will be very detailized. We hope we have a very solid, concrete foundation. Let's just check some data. For example, if there is a large-scale recall or food safety event, there must be something wrong on the foundation. For example, the poor segmentation or cross-contamination or poor sanitation cleaning will be a kind of microbial, the risk, etc., or pollution contamination. We hope we have the control formula and delivery service and training courses. We have PPC framework to set up our training. And when should we start? For training, we hope that our trainers will be an expert or the leader in specific industry. We hope that they will bring their professionalism to their own area, own business area. So to integrate these food safety knowledge integrating to their own business area. So they will be the leader in their own company as a safety expert, so as to have the multi-department cooperation in their own company. And secondly, later I will share something with you about our on-the-site pictures and our trainings. In our training, and one thing is a priority, namely teamwork. We have role play, for example, QA. QA will play the role as a plant manager, or maybe one manufacturer person will play the role of a janitor or cleaner. So by the cross-playing of the different roles, they will understand about other challenges, put themselves into the shoes of others. And in their real work, they will give more help to understand others and talk with others in their language, and also help others help each other. So the finally is about win-win-win. It's not that I acquire knowledge and by training, I got a good outcome. And also I hope that when I work with other members, I also help others to achieve their goals. For example, I help the plant get a solution and also win. It's not only one win. I just so the team win finally. So this is the win-win-win. Not you win, not other counterparty win, but also the team win. By acquiring this professional knowledge and by the teamwork, so multiple parties will win finally. We also hope that there will be clash of ideas, brainstorming, well, that will be more passion or more participation. About the CFS training. For CFS, this is a training matrix about the hybrid learning or career development. We see our customers' need. They want to have the long-term development. So we provide the qualified the training program for them and integrating to our resources. And we not only about the training, but also we have the certification process. And by that, we will have some certification for different milestones in the individual career development. So by giving the certification, the trainees will feel very proud about that. So this is about the certification.
This is the training of the career of development, and also we have a lot of passion in the practical teaching training, just as mentioned before. And we are not just lecturing this kind of knowledge, after the training and the teaching, and we'd like to make our students combine the knowledge with their practice. For example, the training of the health essentials or the critical points, and then we're going to teach them how to clean and for example, equipment, and how to clean certain kind of space, and with the starting of this kind of knowledge and skills, like to boost their kind of passion and enthusiasm on their work, and then we're going to give them different scores, and so to create a competitive environment, a good, healthy competitive kind of environment for them, and for certain kind of the courses with the outbreak of the COVID-19, and there are a lot of things we cannot do on-site or offline, so we have a lot of online sessions. So we launched this kind of the CFS, the online short course, which is very effective and efficient, within a very short period of time, and we can give them those very practical kind of food safety related knowledge, and which can be done by different devices, for example, mobile phones and laptops and etc. And you can see this slide, the picture on the slide. This are the on-site and the snapshot we took. This is a linkage or a model of the practical kind of teaching and education. And you can see we have the lecturing plus practice on the right, and this is our classroom, and we just intimate this kind of a practical working conditions or environment, and how to clean those contamination, how to deal with those problems, and so for all the students, and they will form a team to address this kind of challenges and difficulties. So this is not only a very dull or boring kind of lectures, and we will then make them engage into this kind of SSO this practice to form an SSOP, and also to implement this SSOP on site. And in that case, they will recognize certain kind of things or issues. And the first is to avoid this kind of a gap between the knowledge and then the practice, and then they will have the reflection that what kind of gap we have experienced or will experience in the coming future, and then they will form or to compile a very good kind of solution. And then, just as mentioned, it's a competition or it's a match. So during this kind of training and this kind of competition will, I think, to make them more motivated and make them acquire this kind of attitude to be the best. And the second, another one is the HDT, the hygiene design training site. It's also has the format of knowledge plus or lecturing plus practice. So we built this new plant, for example, or new factory, for example. We have the third party or the contracting bodies to design the plant. And then in that case, we may encounter certain kind of problems or issues, and so all the things start with the some design, and on the right hand you can see is to teach them how to lecture them how to design a sound kind of a plant. You can see those 3D printed models. So how can we deploy or plan, for example, different flows, the people flow and the material flow, and etc. And also we have the hygiene or the hygiene standard or standardized design for the equipment and for personnel and etc. This is not only a on-site training. We also have this kind of assessment and evaluation. For example, and a client smashed or dismantled this kind of the floor for several times after the design or the construction of the plant, and so they don't have, for example, the inclination angles of the floor, and then they also have the same kind of the aisle or the channel for waste and the people, and so those contaminated kind of elements will be brought by the human body, and when they go through the channel or the aisle. So when we get the new projects and they don't have experience, with this kind of I can say simulation from our course, and they will know what kind of elements or what kind of things they need to think about proactively before the design or during the design. And then how to use or how to apply those standards. And we all know that we are not lacking those kind of standards, but we are lacking of knowledge and the method to apply or to conform to those standards. So we need to include or introduce those practice into our training course. And in that case, and they can learn how to implement or to practice those things, in their own factory or in their own plants. And then next is, and we have this kind of on-site, the real on-site kind of training. And so we just use the plant or the workshop as the a training manual, and you can see on the right hand that is the on-site snapshots, and we got from one of our clients plants. And so they were a little shy at the very first, at the beginning of the evaluation and assessment. So it is a very good kind of equipment with good hygiene in the design. But after the assessment evaluation, they have seen a lot of those dead end, those kind of neglected kind of corners, for hygiene risks or potential kind of health risks. So that is more practical and kind of experience-based oriented. And then we will not only have this point-to-point education or training, we'd like to combine or integrate our course into the internal training course or internal kind of development schemes. That will be very good for the career pathway for their staffs. And we're going to, and in the second half and the beginning of next year, we're going to launch a leadership kind of training. I just mentioned the very basic kind of training of projects and schemes, and for those departments and the regulatory bodies, and would like to give them more kind of consulting or training about these kind of things, and especially for those big plant and big development. For certain things we cannot kind of foresee. For example, contamination from certain kind of source. For those emergency, and our clients do not know how to deal with. So with the executive leadership training, and we'd like to provide and equip our clients with this kind of advanced skills and the knowledge to deal with this kind of emergency and those kind of potential risks, etc. And so in their case, they know about how to address those difficulties and challenges in an emergency kind of scenario. And so you can see this is the division of the categorization of our training, from the basic or primary ones and to the median level ones and to the advanced level. It's about 1 year, 3 year, or 5 year kind of the program. And I'd like to answer Dr. Yan's question with this slide, and how can we transfer our knowledge into the practice and to the exchange or to the change of the behavior. So we need to have this kind of the concept about design. So of course, the design is not only for the factory, for the plant, it's also for the training cost. So we need to know the purpose of our training, how to carry out the education for our staff, for our personnel, and by means of this kind of classroom or in classroom education and training course, as well as the on-site practice. And then they will they will be equipped with the knowledge, and they have the opportunities to implement those knowledge so as to strengthen the culture of food safety and in different scenarios and in different enterprises. And that's all for our presentation. And any question from Dr. Yan? Thank you for your good presentation, and we can feel your passion and this kind of enthusiasm during your presentation, and all about the training about food safeties, and I think this kind of training is a must for our industry. And in their case, and the staff can grow and can be developed in a better way, and they can get more they can be more motivated. And then my question is, and in China, we don't have a lot of awareness and recognition about the CFFS, and then for CFS, and what is the kind of acceptance and the perception and the recognition of CFS in the industry. And so the matrix I just mentioned that is very good for those specific domains, and for example SET, and you may have more kind of knowledge on it, and so people have more knowledge and are more familiar with this kind of things, and we are a company with very low profile, or keeping a low profile. So we do not do a lot of marketing campaigns. So this is not our only kind of two solutions or training courses. So based on this kind of trainings, we would like to provide more services and solutions. For example, on-site service, and if, for example, if they have certain kind of contamination. And we can use the concept in PPC to help our clients establish a effective and efficient kind of on-site management system. And thank you for your input, valuable input. And then now I'd like to give you our next speaker, Professor Yue Jing from Jiaotong University, is a director of the Food Safety Center, and you are quite familiar with Yue Jing, and he's going to talk about the multilateral cooperation in food safety education from the university perspective. Now the floor is all yours, Ms. Yue, and thank you, Dr. Yan, and for all the participants online and offline. Good morning, and though I'm in Shanghai, but due to the quarantine kind of measure, I cannot make it here on site, so sorry for that. So today I'm going to talk about the multilateral cooperation in food safety education from the university perspective. We have heard about certain kind of methods and measures implemented by our peers and the counterparts in different organizations and institutes. So what is the role can be played by the universities and the colleges in food safety, and how can we establish this kind of food safety education system? This is my main content. You can see the importance of food safety education, and then the university's advantages in food safety education. And the next, the final one is the multilateral cooperation in food safety education, certain kind of case studies and experience in this domain. First, the importance of food safety education. So a lot of the stakeholders pay good attention to it, from the governmental side, from the consumers, etc. And in May 20 19th, an opinion on deepening reform and strengthening food safety work was issued, which is a very strategic kind of documentation document. And of course, food safety is a hot issue, a hot topic in society, and but we have seen a lot of exposure of those substandard food and etc. and this kind of risks. How can we address the problems or the issues in food safety?
In 2015, there is a food safety law. You see that this is a social co-governance of the food safety, and there is lots of regulations in this area. Various parties should pitch in, and you see that the government is an administrator and also enterprises, collaborator, also the monitors and consumers and media, and also third party. The various parties have their own role in this co-governance system. This is a scientific co-governance system, and in this process, we need education. We need to make everybody to play their role. Actually, you see that all the civilizations believe the education is really the foundation for governing a country. We need to give people the way to do things. For the food safety education, the purpose is to build up an correct food safety attitude and the behavior, so as to minimize all the food safety related events. As we align with the food safety culture. In the food safety culture theory, food safety is a behavior. By education, by training, we will be able to have the correct food safety behavior for all the employees, so they will do the good things or right things to ensure food safety. In 2013, and at the opening ceremony of the National Food Safety Week, academician Chen Junshi mentioned that the training and ability building is very important to build up this safety culture. So in terms of the restriction, and you know that there are a lot of laws, regulations to impose the restrictions. You see that there is a regulatory requirement to organize food safety training. So in the relevant requirements, these food companies need to have training on their staff. It will be the food director, food safety director, food safety personnel. These directors and personnel should be well trained and go through the examination. So this will take effect in November this year. For the food safety core governance, we need to carry out the nationwide food safety education. That's really foundation, and also help us to achieve Healthy China 2030 strategy. We need to mobilize all parties for the food safety education. We also need the various parties' participation. We should educate companies, consumers, and also various parties. Also, we need various parties' participation. Different parties should play their role and make their own contribution. What are other advantages of the food safety education in universities? I just mentioned that various parties are having the food safety education. So what is advantages of the university when it comes to the food safety education? So firstly is technology. for example, from the agricultural processing and logistics and also retail food service. And the universities will be able to provide that kind of technical support and talent support. Second advantage is the resources and the platform. As we know, food safety is a multidisciplinary area, and not only the science, engineering, agricultural, medicine, economics, also the laws and literatures, etc. So comprehensive universities have many major disciplines. So this is a university advantage. Also for the food safety education, we need cross-industry, cross-regional, cross-border cooperation and interconnection between different countries. The universities really the best platform to carry out this kind of cooperation. In terms of the mission of the universities, the mission of the university is talent cultivation, research development, social services, and cultural inherence and innovation. In order to implement all these missions, the way is education, or direct education, or indirect education. For the food safety education, the purpose is to have the technology output and the cultural output to service the society and carry on a legacy. Next, I would like to share with you, in terms of the multi-party cooperation, what are our practice and what is our inspiration? And from Lu Food Safety Research Center, Jiaotong University, and already 17 years, ever since the inception, 2005, at the very beginning, and we believe that's an open platform. We work with the government, with the companies, and various parties to have publicity education. Also, we conduct training the talents, and also we have the social service and research. In terms of the cooperation with the government, in 2020, there were 15 experts. These 15 experts will be issued the certificate as a committee member of the Food Safety Expert Committee, and Lu Boxun served as the Secretary General of this committee. And we work with the government and also be very good think tank for the government to help the government to make up the food safety decision and provide our valuable suggestions. At the same time, we integrate the experts' efforts to educate people and mobilize the various parties' efforts to build the food safety city, satisfied by all the citizens in the city. Thanks to the instruction by the Shanghai, the Market Supervision Administration, we host 3 food safety symposium, and we invite a lot of experts. Ever since 2020, we not only have offline, but also we have online live streaming. In recent 2 years, we have 255,000 participants in recent 2 years. We have been working with the government to have the science and technology base in Minhang, Jiaotong University. We built up Zhigen Garden and also was issued as a Shanghai Food Drug Popular Science Station. Well, this is the first food drug popular science station. We carry out a lot of the events, for example, Food Safety Week or the harvest activities, and also summer camp for children. In terms of cooperation between enterprises and companies, we also have a lot of work. For example, we work with like a Kangshi for Danone, Mars. We have one-on-one cooperation with those companies. For example, like the R&D or training with those big companies, so as to improve their technical teams and management. For the SMEs, we have non-for-profit training. Ever since 2010, our center worked with Cargill, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Danone, Ecolab. These are famous names. We have the training model. Actually, this non-profit training model is really open to all the SMEs. We have been traveling to Shanghai, Beijing, Jiangsu, Anhui, etc., with more than 20,000 participants, and got well covered by many media. For example, like People Daily, Wenhui Daily, China Food Daily, etc. At the same time, we also pay particular attention to the technology development and industry need in less developed regions. We bring technology to those poverty regions. We bring those technologies to these people, for example, Hunan, Jiangxi, Yunnan, Anhui, to help those poverty-stricken areas, to help them to get rid of the poverty and to be well-trained and well-educated. University students are the future of our industry. We also focus on the training of the universities, especially we have been working with many companies. We introduce industry experts into the university classrooms, including government experts and the company experts. So we help the university train not only have the theoretical knowledge, but also the real practice. And for example, there is a kind of internship base, and then the students will be able to have hands-on practice in those internship base. Those students will also be the future of the company's employees. In terms of international cooperation, we have carried out some trial or pilot programs. For example, GFSI and also SSAFE, and these are the true partners with us. We introduce these partners documentation to carry out some kind of basic and intermediate training to help SME to make a continuous improvement and put in place the food safety system in the company and working with the international certification. We developed a training system for the companies and also as well as 27 online training modules. So the modules are up to downloading free from any charge. We have also been working with international industry associations. For example, HACCP Alliance, IHA, GMA, FSPCA. We introduce these international advanced training programs, including HACCP trainers training, also preventive control for human food course, or better process control school. So in this training, we translate those textbook into Chinese to have the Chinese training and also have the establishment of a Chinese training system to help our Chinese professionals to digest those information. So 150 companies got international certification and helped them sell the products in the international market. Next about achievements and thoughts. We believe we have a step-by-step progress. We really got the society and also the industry recognition. In 2021, we got a 20th National Youth Model Unit Award. In 2018, we got the Food Safety Demo Project Award. In 2021, we got the second prize for Shanghai Science Popularization Innovation Award. And also we got a Shanghai Food Safety Science Popularization Contribution Award, and also other collective awards, Shanghai Food Safety excellent service projects, Shanghai Social Credit Excellent Project Award, and the Dandelion Excellent Young Volunteer Award, etc.
Of course, there's a lot of improvement we can make in our work. We need to have this kind of cooperation and collaboration to achieve this part. And so I have my own thoughts, on food safety education to share with you. First of all, we need to break down the barriers and then to make or to apply our account advantages. This is a non-competitive kind of area, so we need to break down the barriers between us. Of course, if something go wrong with food safety, it will deal a huge blow to the industry. And now we have this kind of hype or attack on the Haitian kind of sauce, and it is not only attacking the company or the brand. I think there's the whole industry is being attacked. So we need to have this kind of collaborative or concerted kind of efforts to make certain kind of solutions. Second, we should impose targeted measures and for certain kind of industries, and they have certain kind of common needs on food safety. So can we just work together, for example, with the support from the governmental side as well as the industrial associations and the committee, and to set up a standardized documents as well as training courses. And in that case, and then we can launch precise education courses and training, and then also we can save a lot of resources. And next, we should spread popular science knowledge to the public, or to generalize those knowledge. And we need to leverage or utilize those platforms, for example, social media and etc., to make this kind of radical voice and enable or equip our consumers with this kind of knowledge. And the second, we need to know to say or speak the same language to the targeted audience in that case, and they can understand what we are trying to convey or deliver. And then next, quick response. The risk here is prone to those rumors and etc. And for this kind of risk, we need to be faster and quicker than the spread of the rumors. We need to make very quick response to that. That's all for my presentation. Some kind of thoughts for your reference. And finally, we'd like to achieve this kind of common development and governance and sharing in terms of food safety. And thank you for your input. And Professor Yue have done a lot of work in the food safety education in terms of, for example, culture and the social service, as well as science and scientific research, etc. I have a question for you. And in the foreign universities, and they have those dedicated professors who are advocating food safety or promoting food safety. But in China, we don't have a lot of counterparts in this domain. And so for you or for yourself, how can you? What's your assessment? What's your consideration on that part? Thank you, Dr. Yan. Are you asking question for my future plan? Thank you. That's a joke. And of course, now the domestic university paying more attention to the transfer or transformation from knowledge and the skills to the productivity, and so they are promoting more professors and academia kind of figures to go out of the campus to work with the enterprises and the factories, etc. And of course, the R&D is on one side. On the one hand, in the R&D is quite important, and then the transformation of the translation into the real solution is another very important kind of domain. And of course, we cannot fulfill this kind of good work done by certain kind of academicians, but we can follow their kind of steps to make more contribution to food safety in China. Thank you for your input and contribution. Next, I'd like to give you Jagger Harvey and Jeffrey Morris from Kansas State University, and they are going to share with us about the mytoxin communications and how to manage a message for different audiences. So I'd like to give the floor to Professor Harry and Professor Mori. And Jagger and Jeffrey, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I am presenting for both myself and Jeffrey today. I'm sorry that I cannot be there with you in person. I always enjoy my visits to China, and I'm sure it's an excellent conference. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your kind introduction. Today I'll be talking about our work that we've done in Nepal under the Post-Harvest Loss Innovation Lab with funding from USAID, as well as funding from the Mars Global Food Safety Center in Huairu. So I'm the director of the Post-Harvest Loss Innovation Lab here at Kansas State University. And what we work on is post-harvest losses. I'm sure many of you may be familiar with the fact that so much food is lost after harvest globally. About 1/3 of food that is produced around the world is either lost or wasted. In the world right now, there's more than 821 million hungry people and malnourished people. Over $1 trillion is lost or wasted annually of food. And the Food and Agriculture Organization estimates this could feed 2 billion people. So if we can solve post-harvest loss and the associated food safety issues, this would be a big step towards alleviating hunger and malnutrition. So for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, the amount of grain that's lost after harvest is greater than all food aid combined from the USA. That's several $1 billion a year. But if we can properly dry and store grains and vegetables, then we have the techniques to solve this problem. Here you can see in our work in Bangladesh, a woman is walking through the rice and drying it at a mill that we work with. So our program has been running since 2014 for about 9 years. We've worked in all of these countries. And as I said, we've collaborated in Nepal with the Mars Global Food Safety Center. In each one of these countries, we've worked with university and research partners. We've established food safety laboratories. We've conducted surveys to characterize food safety issues. And we've deployed interventions to help address those food safety issues. These are the partners who came together for our project in Nepal. And so the start of this project, the reason why we were brought into Nepal was that the Nutrition Innovation Lab out of Tufts University reported that when they looked for aflatoxin exposure, pregnant women in a district with high levels of stunting, 95% of pregnant women had the biomarkers for aflatoxin exposure. Again, this is a district with high levels of childhood stunting, and this fungal toxin in the food supply is associated with stunting of children's development. So our program was brought in first to engage and enhance the capacity of national partners, universities, and national research labs to do a survey and look at the mycotoxin content and the potential sources of exposure in the food system. And for the identified high-risk mycotoxins, come together with stakeholders to recommend intervention options. Here you can see Guangtao Zhang, our partner from the Mars Global Food Safety Center, and Bob Baker from Mars Incorporated, visiting the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology with us. This is where we decided to adapt a lab from the Mars factories. And here you can see it being officially opened by the head of the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology and our partners using the laboratory. So again, as we characterize food safety issues in our partner countries, it's very important that it's the local partners who are characterizing it and not us as Americans who are just coming in and exposing the problem. So we analyzed about over 3,000 samples from 5 districts and 20 for households and 20 districts for markets. You can see that we covered about a quarter of the country. And after we analyzed all of those samples, we found that maize and peanuts had high levels of aflatoxin in the food system, which is not really a surprise. That's the usual suspects. Chilies and soy nuggets had medium levels of aflatoxins, and rice and wheat-based complementary food for infants had low levels of aflatoxin. So this helped us to prioritize the different foods as we spoke with stakeholders about the solutions. So we took these data. It was our Nepali partners who presented to 100 stakeholders for 3 days, and we held nominal group discussions to resolve the priorities in how to address these. This was adapted from a workshop that we did in our Afghanistan project, and what it gives you is qualitative and quantitative stakeholder sourced assessments. At this workshop, we covered 5 areas. First, sociology and economics, remediation and mitigation, human and animal health, communications, and physical infrastructure and human capacity building. Here you can see we were very fortunate to have 110 participants for 3 days in the nominal group using the nominal group discussion technique. We have about 2,000 weighted responses. This includes the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health, the National Planning Commission, members of civil society, regulators, and many others. So the way the nominal group technique works, and you can look this up, it's been used for over 30 years. It's a series of structured discussions, and it's used to formulate strategy and build teams. It's something that's a challenge for the participants. Of course, not all stakeholders are completely aware of the issue, and we do give presentations to inform them. And the key is to writing good questions, and it generates both a qualitative list of ideas and a quantitative ranking, which is important for policymakers, donors, and others. So we had 35 questions with over 9 groups and about 2,000 responses. The way this works is first we gave presentations to inform the groups about the relevant background and technical information. We divide into groups of 5 to 8 people. Each group considers a question that's been carefully drafted. First, the group members quietly write down all of their answers individually. Then going around the table, each person reads one answer, one at a time, until nobody has any answers left. And then each person votes on their top 5 answers. Again, I can share information with you about this, the details. But what you end up getting is very useful as you prioritize food safety issues. So here you can see it's a bit complicated, but these are 4 different groups, group numbers 1, 4, 5, and 7, who addressed this question: changes that could be made in the Nepalese agriculture over the next 3 to 5 years that would reduce mycotoxins. So you can see it scored highly for adopting good agricultural practices, a national level communications strategy, and other capacity. So you end up with many tables like this. The conference takeaways was that Nepal is not alone in its problems. Many countries face fungal toxins in the food supply, if not all countries. Nepal has some advantages to tackling the problem. We need collaborations between different government ministries, especially agriculture and health, and the private sector, and we need a stakeholder alliance as well. A next step that funding from the Mars Global Food Safety Center helped us take was to develop a strategic framework for differentiated communications to target audiences, basically a national communications plan. So the second workshop was much smaller. We had about 20 key communications actors. We brought together 20 of the people from the first workshop, and we focused very much on the communications plan itself to address these mycotoxins in the food system. We again used the nominal group technique to inform a strategic framework. We have a manuscript under preparation that should be published in the next few months on this. Here you can see it's a much smaller group of stakeholders. It included people from universities, from the government, from extension, and so they, were very dedicated for 3 days to help us with this exercise. We also had external resource people from Mars. We had 5 of them, as well as us here at Kansas State University. And you mentioned Jeff Morris. Jeff Morris is Vice President for Communications at Kansas State University. And John Leslie is a global authority on Fusarium, a fungus that produces a number of toxins. So we focused on 5 target groups of people that we want a communications plan for in Nepal. This could be the same for any country. First, of course, we need to reach consumers. We need to reach producers, traders, and distributors, health professionals, given the health issues associated with these toxins, educators, trainers, and researchers, and policymakers and regulators. So we had each group focusing on one of these target audiences at a time. And so on day 1, we focused on what messages need to be communicated. Do we need to communicate about good agricultural practices or better regulatory levels? And so what we want to come up with is who needs to communicate what messages through what approach and communications avenue. So what came on day 1? Day 2 is who are the trusted communicators? If this is being communicated by people or organizations or institutions that are not trusted, of course, it can make the problem worse rather than better. And then how do they communicate the messages? Through television, through farm visits with extension. So for example, one recommendation was that the Ministry of Agriculture extension agents who are trusted by producers should educate producers about good agricultural practices that reduce the risk of aflatoxin communication through on-farm training. This is something that's they're trusted and very effective. And so some of the broader conclusions that we had, of course, is that the communications plan depends on establishing clearly defined policies that directly affect the target audiences. So of course, policies are very critical in addressing food safety issues. The trusted source, it requires accurate, verifiable data and consistent rules for their interpretation so that they can be giving accurate information and continue to be trusted. So step one in our strategic framework is first to convince and educate the government about the need to act on the issue. We did this in Nepal by including the in-country Nepali researchers, the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health, and others, the National Planning Commission. We brought the government along with us, and they realized this is a critical issue that can be solved if we work together. Step two is to educate and train the key target audiences, especially the non-consumer target audiences. So after steps 1 and 2 are complete, then you can educate consumers and the general public through awareness campaigns. Of course, as we all know, as food safety experts, we have to be very careful when we raise the alarm with the public about food safety issues, that the food system is prepared to respond in a constructive way that will make the problem better rather than worse. As an example, when I worked in Kenya, as people who were more educated learned about aflatoxin in the food supply, they could afford to buy the better food, and the more contaminated food was concentrated on the poorer parts of the population. For Nepal, the outputs, so we have informed messaging of who should communicate what and how for the 5 stakeholder groups, and a strategic framework to adapt to other countries through stakeholder co-development. Again, with these stakeholder group that we worked with. For this project, we had from Kansas State University, again, myself, with Jeff Morris and John Leslie. From the Nepal Development Research Institute, we had Jaya Gurung, the Mars Global Food Safety Center, Guangtao Zhang, Mars Incorporated, Bob Baker and Justina Raget, and our funding. I have to say also, Amare Ayelu, who is the director of the African Union Commission's Partnership for Aflatoxin Control in Africa, has been working on this problem for almost 10 years. So he was also a critical member of the team, as well as, of course, the stakeholders and the Food Safety Alliance colleagues. This was a project under the Mars Global Food Safety Alliance. For the Nepal project, for the food system characterization, we also had many partners. I also want to acknowledge Romer Labs in China for their support. Thank you very much. Here we are on a mountaintop in Western Nepal, learning from the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagger, very much for this great presentation about your program, education, training, communication, all those very comprehensive program in Nepal. And yeah, there's a lot of things I think is really need to educate that area. Since you talk about the communication, you did a lot of work and talk about the what, who, how, when, all those things. And I have questions. Why in Nepal? Why Mars? You have worked together with them. Thank you.
So why Nepal is because we're funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development. And just as I'm sure China does as well, when USAID looks for development partner countries, one of the things they look for is countries where agriculture-led growth is positioned to help push development in the country. Nepal being an agricultural country that's very underdeveloped, agriculture is it's positioned to help drive rapid development in Nepal. The other thing is that the government of Nepal, is also very supportive of agricultural development work. And so that's why Nepal is one of USAID's 20 Feed the Future countries. And since our program is under Feed the Future, we were called into Nepal as the agriculture experts to help address this problem. And these fungal toxins are a big problem in the Nepali food supply because of poor agricultural practices, because of improper drying and storage. And that leads to high rates of stunting of children in these populations and a lot of health issues. But like I said, Nepal is not unique in that there are many countries which suffer the negative health consequences of mycotoxins. And why Mars and the Mars Global Food Safety Center? I don't work for Mars, so I can't speak for Mars, but in my experience, with Mars in 85 countries around the world and with over 100,000 people working for Mars, sourcing raw materials in many food supplies around the world, they're very good at addressing food safety challenges in the food supply. At the beginning of the project, I visited one of their pet food factories in the US, and they have a laboratory that can test truckloads of grains very quickly as they come in. And that's the laboratory that we copied and installed in Nepal. So Mars has been a very strong partner. They also say they believe that food safety is a safe food system is good for everyone. And so we really appreciate their work in Nepal. As far as I know, they do not source any raw materials from Nepal. So they were really doing this just in the pre-competitive space to try and make the world a better place. Again, that's my perspective, but I really appreciate their partnership.
Thank you. That's a good answer. And all you from Kansas State University and working with Mars. Mars has that social responsibility, and it's really great example of academia working together with the industry to improve the food security, food safety. Thank you very much for sharing your program and the story. Thank you, and thanks for staying late.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
谢谢 ，Thank bye. Well,我们的最后一个嘉宾是沈阳
speaker is so Dr. Yu Xueli from the Shenyang
分享在中国所建立的
Shenyang Agricultural University Yu Xueli Associate Professor Creation, Exploration, Development of the first big discipline risk assessment talent training system in China. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, all the experts and delegates and dear friends. So I'm really delighted to participate in this China International Food Safety Quality Conference and be invited to make a speech. Okay, my topic today is the creation, exploration, and development of the first big discipline of risk assessment and talent training system in China. I will talk about the background and also professional capability and the development and outlook. They are totally 5 points. As you know that risk assessment really goes along the people's need for social development and modern technology. So can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see your presentation. No problem. Well, actually, risk assessment goes along with the need of society development and also goes very well with the innovation of science technology. This is a frontier interdisciplinary and applied subject. Just show us the bigger screen or the play model. Maybe you can click somewhere on so you can see on a bigger screen. Yes. Can you share the full screen? Have a full screen sharing.
现在可以吗？
你回来了以后还是那个，对。
Can you see it?
从当前。
对。
现在可以了是吗
？OK，你再双击一下。
双
击一下。
双击就是点到下一页了。
OK，那行，现在大家能看到就行，你讲吧。
Okay, let's move on. No problem.
OK，可以可以。
那我接着讲了。
Okay, let's move on.
那风险评估是伴随着人类社会发展的现实需求和现代科学技术的创新发展。
Risk assessment is a frontier interdisciplinary and applied subject with development of human society and innovative development of modern science and technology.
Now, the concept of green and healthy development has become a high consensus among all countries in the process of development. And with the advancement of social civilization and the continuous improvement of people's life standards, people's desire and demand for green mountains, clear water, and blue sky, and their attention requirements for food quality and food safety has gradually increased. Risk management, science, and technology are playing an increasing prominent role in maintaining ecological and environmental security and protecting human health and promoting food safety, and their application fields are constantly increasing. They have become an important support for the modernization of China's national governance system and governance capacity. And compared with the United States and the European Union, EU, the risk and on-risk assessment based on toxicology in China started relatively late, but it has shown a booming trend in recent years. The application of risk management science and technology in breadth and depth of risk management and the risk control has made considerable progress. And of course, we also feel that in the risk assessment theory, research, technical innovation, personnel training, etc. And compared with some developed countries, there was a certain gap, especially the lack of professional talents and lack of professional talents, cultivation system, development system, and
我是没有播放 PPT 对吗？
没有，你往下走。
但是我这个是往下走了，真的。
是吗？那这边没有啊。这个。
Sorry, we can see. Please play your slides. But my own screen is rolling down, but I don't know the reason why you cannot see my slide.
就是您那边看我的 PPT 没有动，对吗？
So
对，就是第一页啊。
My slides are not moving right in your perspective. So what happened? So and you can exit the sharing and then to re-enter it or activate it, and then we can see what will happen.
从头开始。然后您全屏一下。
Full screen, please. Full screen model. Full screen model, please.
能看见在动吗 ？PPT 能看见在动吗
Still, we cannot see.
在动吗？
不行。
没有。
于老师，我们这边帮您来
So we are going to help you.
可以。
share the screen. So please stop your sharing. Stop your screen sharing. We'll do the trick on our side. Can you see our screen shared?
我没有看到共享屏幕。
I cannot see it. Please bear with us.
可以吗？
How about now? Yes.
那我这个可以远程控制吗？
可以，您在翻页的时候，您提示我们一下。
And if you want to
我自己不能去控制。
flip to the next slide, and you can tell us, and we will do the thing for you. I cannot control it myself, right? Yes. No, you can't. Let me proceed. You can see this is my topic here. And the construction, exploration, and development of the first big discipline risk management talent training system in China. And the next slide, please. And the background, first the background of major creation and the reality demand, the concept of big disciplines and curriculum characteristics and the shaping of professional ability development and prospect. Next slide, please. Back. Next. And the risk management is a frontier, interdisciplinary and applied subject with development of human society and the innovative development of modern society and technology. And the next slide, please. And nowadays, the concept of green and healthy development has become a high consensus among all countries in the process of development. And with the advancement of social civilization and the continuous improvement of people's living standards, people's desire and demand for green mountains, clear water, and the blue skies, and their attention and requirements for good food quality and food safety has greatly increased. Next slide. And the risk assessment, science and technology are playing an increasingly prominent role in maintaining ecological and environmental security, protecting human health and promoting food safety, and the application fields are constantly increasing. They have become an important support for the mobilization of China's national governance system and its capacity. Compared with the United States and the EU, the risk management based on toxicology in China started relatively late, but it has shown a booming trend in recent years. The application of risk management science and technology in breadth and depth of risk management and risk control has made considerable progress. Of course, we also feel that in the risk assessment theory, research, technical innovation, personnel training, compared with some developed countries, there is a gap, especially the lack of professional talents and the relevant development systems, and fundamentally restricted the risk assessment of science and technology, playing a role in all areas better. And under this background, Shenyang Agricultural University, they cannot go with the future requirements, and we need to more exploration and development here. And in this background, and the Shenyang Agricultural University to serve the country needs and social needs as the guidance, and to build the advantages of disciplines and the characteristics of the major as the guide, featuring the establishment of a future discipline curriculum system to cultivate professional risk management. Assessment talents as the goal in 2020, we established the first risk management curriculum system and the major direction of a big discipline in China. At present, we have enrolled undergraduate and postgraduate students for 2 consecutive years. Next slide. Next slide, please. And the risk management assessment is an inevitable development process of social civilization, and the regular requirements in the field of supervision and the need of enterprise R&D and the promotion registration. Next slide, please. Anything. The risk is always accompanied by the process of human society and the continuous improvement of the ability to predict, manage, and control risk is a significant symbol of the progress of human civilization. Next slide, please. And with the continuous development of and evolution of modern science and technology in the early 1980s, the Red Book's risk assessment in the federal government published by the United States, managing the process officially opened the era of risk assessment in the field of environment, health, and food safety. And the Academy of Science, or NRC, was the first to introduce the risk assessment into environmental management and food safety and public health in general. Next page. Since environmental health and the food safety risk assessment all share the common ground that is based on toxicological and research and support, we collectively call them toxicology-based risk assessment. This is also a very good kind of starting point and innovation point for the establishment of a big discipline curriculum system, and which is our training goal for professionals, and they should be able to master and all kinds of risk assessments are based on toxicology and specialize on this basis. Next page. And after nearly 40 years of unremitting efforts by professionals, the risk assessment science and technology has been widely used in various aspects of protecting human health and environmental safety and biodiversity, and has made a great progress in maintaining food safety and in emerging scientific and technological approaches such as toxicology and the use molecular techniques and computer science biology to simplify and speed up the toxicity testing process and reduce the number of animals used, and use omics techniques and to better understand the progress of disease and to map the relationships between the various molecular and cellular events that lead to disease outcomes. And by understanding the toxic pathway, and we have a better understanding and how disease develops and Tox 21st calls for study of a range of toxicity pathways, the use of high throughput analysis, development of bioinformatics and tools, and the comprehensive elevation of the large amount of data generated. And for the exposure assessment as aspect of risk assessment, exposure omics, and computational exposure assessment, and pharmacogenetics and physiologically based on pharmacokinetics models, and more have been applied to the field of risks. In the more scientific evaluation concepts, technical methods, and regulatory measures and regulations and standards iterative develop. Risk assessment has been playing an increasing important role in advancing human civilization and safeguarding people's better lives. And the increasingly extensive and in-depth application of risk management assessment in the field of supervision not only contributes to the more scientific and efficient risk decision making and the risk management of government regulatory departments, but also contributes to the application and the rapid development of risk assessment science and technology. Next page. And since 2008. And China has issued regulations on food, cosmetics, industrial chemicals, and pesticides and consumer goods, requiring a risk assessment and provision of risk assessment reports. And next page. The food safety law of the People's Republic of China, revised in 2015, clearly stipulates that the state shall establish a food safety risk assessment system to assess the risk of biological, chemical, and physical hazards in food additives, and food-related products. And the risk management assessment, was used as a scientific basis for the formulation of national food safety standards, food safety risk warnings, and food hazard control measures. In November 2021, the National Health Commission revised the regulations on food safety risk monitoring and management, explicitly implement the implementation of risk assessment into provisional health authorities. And in 2017, according to the regulations on pesticide administration, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs required pesticide regulation registrations to carry out health risk assessment, environment risk assessment, and the dietary risk assessment, and submit a risk assessment report. And the pesticide products and registered for more than 15 years need to carry out risk assessment. When I was working in the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, I participated in a lot of the work. I have this kind of deep feeling that many of our enterprises are very lack of risk assessment professionals because their understanding of risk assessment is not deep enough, and a lot of unnecessary work has been done. For example, some unnecessary tests and experiments and the products registration needs to do. They do not be do not be completed as required. It brings loss and waste of human resources, material, financial, and time to the enterprises. And in 2020, the Ministry of Ecology and Environment issued the measures, for the environmental management registration of new chemical substance, requiring the routine registration of new chemical substance to carry out environmental health risk assessment and submit risk assessment reports. Among the new regulatory measures is an economic benefit analysis of registered products and new chemical substances with high risk to demonstrate the necessity of their use.
Actually, we put that into our education program. In 2021, the regulations on the certification and nutrition of cosmetics came into effect, requiring safety assessment to be carried out before the registration and filing of the new cosmetic ingredients and cosmetics. So this is a risk assessment in China. The rigid requirements and standards for risk assessment in various industries and fields are constantly coming out, and the list of risk assessment needs is constantly expanding and upgrading. So about the R&D, for example, risk assessment in the stage of research development, it can play a very important role of prior assessment judgment on whether there are risks in the research development and estimate whether risk of research development is accessible. So there is no doubt that part of research development, if there is a potential risk in a technical route or production products with unacceptable risk, the loss will be huge. Therefore, many large advanced companies have special teams in charge of the risk assessment. And the vast majority of the small and medium-sized companies have specialized in risk assessment professionals are very few or even no. SMEs don't have so much resources in terms of risk assessment. Risk assessment in the process of product production can play a role in controlling, reducing risk of product quality. Now, in the field of food safety, we usually use an HACCP hazard control system, but more scientific risk control system is being gradually recognized and promoted and used. Well, another key role of the risk assessment before product compliance enter into the field of use and consumption is to help a company complete registration and obtain market access, which is often the most important role of the risk assessment. Enterprises often attach great importance to this role risk assessment. Although the development of risk assessment has made great progress in our country, risk assessment professional personnel training has just begun. It's a long way journey to build improved risk assessment personnel training. And well, we really need demand for risk assessment professional is really urgent. And because of the lack of regulation supported by professional talents, it's difficult to carry out a more comprehensive scientific effective supervision. The result of risk assessment by people who have not been trained, the system can be unimaginable. Well, before the startup of my company, I have some experience with regulation and supervision. I believe that there is a really lack of talents. Of course, this is also very significant for us to carry out this work. I firmly believe that we have the training and that we must work together with the national development and the progress of social civilization. Next page. Next page. Next page. A prominent feature of the development of modern science technology is a cross-function of disciplines and the high integration of technology and a comprehensive use of knowledge. Risk assessment has characteristics of extensive cross-discipline and deep integration. To have a good professional ability of the risk assessment, it's necessary to establish a systematic discipline framework and a complete knowledge system. Next page. The future development direction of the risk assessment will be full cycle assessment, systematic scientific assessment, consider not only the scientific accuracy, SCP issues economic cost assessment, but also consider systematic complete of assessment. For example, on the food from farmland table, a link that mainly actually we should not only talk about the science issue and ethic issue. Also, we need to consider about completeness and the systematic issues. Next page. For example, food from the farmland to the table. This is the link that we mainly will consider. And with development of technology in the future, also we need to access the planting, soil, irrigation system, and the surface atmosphere. We need to trace all the other source. Also, we need to have the toxicokinetics and exposure science carry out the most scientific, accurate, comprehensive, systematic risk assessment. Next page. Therefore, how to build a scientific, efficient, and complete curriculum system, including the main subjects and knowledge points involved in the risk assessment. It is a main focus and the starting point of the establishment of the curriculum system for big discipline. After repeated research and demonstration and practical exploration, after 2 years of efforts, we have initially established a risk assessment professional curriculum system with characteristics and background of a big discipline. Here, the big discipline is not only the integration of disciplines and application of courses, but also the higher integration of knowledge. It is guided by the knowledge and ability required for effective risk assessment, guided by the risk assessment discipline to break the borders of the original discipline, modularize the key knowledge points, and organically integrate them into a unified new curriculum system. This not only improves the efficiency of the talent growth and the pertinence of the talent training, but also cultivates learners' ability to solve complex problems with comprehensive use of various knowledge. At present, we have reduced the probability and the statistics, computer science and mathematical modeling, data algorithm, biochemistry, toxicology, calculation of toxicology, risk assessment, and methods. Next page. The design of many course contents includes diversified combination of knowledge modules such as environmental science, agricultural economics, and bioinformatics, experience testing, and so on. Within the framework of risk assessment, targeted selection of teaching contents and the collection of the relevant knowledge modules are more conducive to us to meet the change of the demand and follow up at the forefront of the development. We also attach a great importance to the theoretical innovation and breakthrough. Apply our latest research results such as risk control theory, systematic risk assessment theory to teaching practice, so as to realize the mutual promotion and the benign development between the teaching and the research and demand. Next page. Next page. We are always exploring, practicing, and improving the professional capability of risk assessment personnel. However, specialization, systematization, precision have become the most important and basic talent training mode that we have adapted to build our professional capability. We explore the professional talent training mode mainly reflected in the risk assessment discipline as the core of the bigger discipline knowledge and curriculum system. This talent training model is not only powerful in development of talent, but also can better realize the differentiation advantage of talents. Because when you have a major background in a big discipline and then choose a sub-discipline or the field of the deep curriculum and the detailed work, it is easy to make achievements in the field. The bigger discipline is not only helpful to the cultivation of microinnovation, but also helpful to the perspective of specific micro problems. And according to the need, it's also easy to adjust your research field on the basis of big discipline, have better career adaptability. We want to achieve professionalism not only in breadth and depth, but also applicability and adaptability. The systematization we define is the training mode should first be practiced in the whole application demand and the social development of the technology system to determine our personal training and coordinates. Our training mode is an open system which can be constantly enriched and improved with the demand and development. We can convert experts and scholars in the industry into teaching resources in our system, take existing application cases as our teaching cases, gather employees' demand for talents, and take them as the direction of our training and the goal of the talent transformation. Therefore, our systemic talent training is not only limited to campus books, but to go out to meet with the need of a realistic demand. The precision of the talent training is to avoid a mismatch between talent training and demand. The cultivation of talent without a proper demand will not only cause the waste of social resources, but also cause the serious internal volume and homogenization competition. The period of talent training is often slower than the development of the demand. In the area of rapid development knowledge, it's often the phenomenon that when students graduate, the professional knowledge they have learned is eliminated. Therefore, we will pay more attention to the cultivation of learning ability and through the combination of large disciplines and knowledge move better close to the frontier, adapt to need, and better realize the precision training of talents. Next page. Well, it has been 2 years since the establishment of the curriculum system and the professional direction of the risk assessment for major subjects. We have made some useful exploration in the construction of professional teaching and the curriculum system for major subjects, experienced the difficulties and gained experience. For example, the lack of professional teachers is always a problem we need to face and solve. We invited experts and scholars from home and abroad to give lectures through a series of lectures on risk assessment and find MOOC courses to supplement teaching. Our current students are not only risk assessment learners, but also beginning to use what they've learned to spread and popularize their professional knowledge. For example, making a series of public science videos on risk assessment, you can learn from through WeChat official account. If you want to more, just follow this WeChat account. Get on the right top corner. Here you see this is our WeChat official account, and on the left top corner, that's my contact number on my own WeChat account. Next page. The development of risk assessment science psychology originates from the practical needs and develops continuously with the progress of modern science and technology. Data, algorithm, computing power, mechanism science, system theory, and so on will become another strong driving force to promote the development of the risk assessment. The risk management of new hazards, sources, and new pollutants, the discovery of new hazard mechanisms, and the continuous creation of new substances and new products that will surely promote the birth of new technologies, new methods, and new concepts of risk assessment. All this requires a steady stream of professionals and risk assessment. Hope that all the experts or the elites pay attention to the training of the risk assessment talents and give more instructions. So that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here. It's a new introduction about talent development of the safety assessment for the bigger discipline and multiple discipline, bigger discipline and multiple discipline, multi-discipline, maybe a little bit different. So how to have bigger discipline development, how to have bigger discipline development. For the bigger discipline, it's not about the integration of the resources. And we know that this is a cross discipline, many discipline, and we learn from each other. we have a common feature. It's the toxicology. For example, like health risk assessment, environment risk assessment, food safety assessment, etc. Our bigger system, but also not only bigger system, but also we have the very detailed application. We have both breadth and depth, and also application. Thank you very much. Okay.
各位朋友，线上线下的这个参会者呢
For all the participants, online, offline, well, we have totally 10 speakers. Just to give us a wonderful the presentation. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for the participation in that morning sessions. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so due to the interest of time, I cannot move on. Sorry for that. Sorry for we run delay, and sorry for the delay for the lunch. Thank you for participation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you. Bye bye.